Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content. Fire spells only routing, which means we're doing scouting before we do any real runs. That's what that word means. I hope we're all doing well on this fine, absolutely fantastic Wednesday afternoon. Before we get started, I'd like to take just a minute to thank to thank all of our wonderful contributors and play the camera mini game, to say the least. I read these at the start of each and every stream, so that I could thank our wonderful contributors who should never feel like they have to donate any money to me. I want people to donate money because they like the content or they want to see other content that I make ahead of time, as well as, be in a position to be a more profound member of the community, with extra privileges to go with it. That's mainly what I want, like perks. People should either want to be here for the perks or for simply being part of an awesome community of wonderful people. But without wasting too much time, let's just get right to it. I'd like to thank Grunge Monkey and Ball Shack for their Twitch subscription packages. The purchase of their Twitch subscription packages. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a subscription package. I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for his continued patronage over on Coffee. He keeps me well grounded, as always. You keep the lights on, good sir. I want you to really know that you're keeping me from losing more checking accounts, to say the least. So thank you for that. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of your membership, good sir. I would also, while no one is a patron or a one-time contributor during this month's cycle, I would like to thank people who have made contributions in this manner or in those manners in the past. Your contributions were greatly appreciated. Without further ado, why don't we get off the screen and I can catch up with chat. Greetings to you, Mr. Jason. Good to see you as always. I do hope you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, I just need to make a fresh cup of tea, good sir. BRB, yep, go right ahead, take your time. I'm gonna be recapping the last stream in the meantime. So sorry, last time on in the last session of Elden Ring, but Mr. Jason says, but first, you could read one Mr. Jason's message. I hear you. I was waiting to read that until you came back, but Mr. Jason says, knowing you is the best perk for me, good sir. I appreciate that. Thanks. Your compliments, your compliments always make my day, good sir. I want you to know that, truly. Last time, we had quite the run-in with, let's see, the Grave Sentinel Wind Grant. No, that was the previous episode. We had quite the run-in with Magnus, the Beast Claw. We went through a couple of ruins. We still have a couple more places we need to visit in Elden Ring, but we'll get there. Then we went through and ended our journey at the Blighted Avatar after spending 2+ hours at the Shielded Castle, defeating both its Castellan on the outskirts and Elemer of the Briar, aka the real honest to goodness bell-bearing hunter. That's his name. Whenever you see the bell-bearing hunter, that's who he is. He is Elimer of the Briar, and what a dangerous man he is. Truly. Let's see, where were we? But we ultimately did culminate in the defeat of the Blighted Avatar, which I did without the focus overlay because I'm just that good. Anyway, today's episode, or today's session, our goal is to get way over here in the deep root depths. If I can deal with Crucible Knight's Luria, that would be great. If I can get to Lich Dragon Fortisax, one of my... He has my favorite bit of music in the entire game, basically, other than the Godskin Nobles or Godskin Apostles. Those have like good fanfare too, good music. Other than that, I'm keeping my expectations low because the Deep Root Depths really ask a lot of prospective players. Like, it really does. Of course, we also spent half an hour chit-chatting about random stuff. So I'm hoping that, you know, as lovely as that is, I can get to work. And the trick with these ants, with like the huge heads on them, is to just not, you know, don't cast spells or launch attacks into the heads. You're gonna regret it. You're just gonna waste FP doing it. Like, it's a waste of your time. But this place is beautiful. And like I said, if it weren't the fact that, you know, this place is housing or has access to, you know, the literal slain god Godwin, it would be, if it weren't for that, then this place would actually probably be beautiful. Like, it would be beautiful in a non-macabre sense of the word, but unfortunately, because of its dance with death, the most I could say is that it is beautiful because the dead, there's such a strong connection to the dead in this place. It's not funny. So you can explore most of the deep root depths up here. There is a section up here. You might notice there's a little bit of a pathway that you can't really get to. Yeah, there's a reason for that. And that reason is it connects to a point way later in the game. And the only thing you could really do would be like to use Pegasus glitch to like get up there. Like, look, this would be the point where you would even think about jumping over, right? But you can't. You have this is literally a one-way into deep root depths. This route right here where my character head is. Bookkeeping. Let's talk about bookkeeping. I'm not going to make the report card a daily occurrence, but I did want to mention that I did some stuff. First up, I have resolved, or am working on resolving the ticket in the TCC. I'm still doing that. The ticket is in its final processing stages before it is being closed. I have also finished the shell. I finished the new shell. I have put it I have put it in the slot where the minor shills are. So at like 12:55 and at 2:55, No, I'm sorry. Actually, I need to adjust this. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Let me put this here. Okay. So at 12 and 2 o'clock, the new shill will be running. So we can look forward to that. Mr. Jason says, speaking of shills, good sir, Soremu went live with the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and is currently being sponsored by a restaurant in Kuwait named WK. Nice. So this is what I said. Hey folks, are you tired of seeing Soremu die over and over and over and again in video games? Surely it would be much better if you had snacks and drinks. We would recommend that you purchase some wonderful, amazing meals and drinks from WK. They have the best burgers and even chicken nuggets. If you would like more information on WK, please ask Soremu, and he will gladly tell you more about the amazing WK. Burgers and nuggets, huh? Is the WK like a knockoff of... I say knockoff, but BK is like not particularly very great either. I'm just kind of curious. That's gotta be like a reference to Burger King or something. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Sure, we can do it like this. I think the winged ants have their own codex entry. I'm not 100% sure about that. There we go. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. That was the perfect shill because I shilled WK and bashed Soremu all in one go. Ah, yes, the backhanded shill. It's a shill if you squint hard enough. Shill. That. Did he get a good laugh at it? That's the important part. Did he get a good laugh at it? He did, good sir. Good. That's totally fine then. We are going to have our lantern out. I also need to try to get the honeypot ant this time. This is like our last chance to get it too, so I have to be really careful about that. So let's see how close I'm allowed to get before I have a ton of ants to deal with. Mr. Jason says, I can tell you about a lantern. I can tell you a joke about a lantern. It is a bit of light humor. As soon as my stream deck wants to turn on. I really gotta mind my position here. If you guys like dad jokes or puns, you'll like the channel. Sometimes I tell them good, and other times they stink. But my audience usually tells great jokes. Like, absolutely illuminating ones, even.
Sure, Jan.
The sure Jan was for the joke I made, not for the shill of my audience there. All right, so I know that I need to mark you. I need to get close enough that I could just pop the ant, and then we're good to go. Oh, I also need to swap gear again. We don't need quite that much power. I want FP efficiency more than anything right now. But the key with ants, with the honeypot ants, is to just be patient. You know, watch out for the caustic spittle. Don't let them hit you with scarlet rot. That's gonna be not a good time. But outside of that, everything else will be just peachy. So I would say there's like a section with fauna and wildlife in it, and then there's going to be a section that's just ghastly. It's going to have strange things in it that are just going to be really hard to describe more than perhaps anything. Rain of Fire is goated. Can I say that again? Rain of Fire is great. Just gotta mind positioning here. This is great. Okay, I think that's gonna take care of the mainline ants, and we'll only have the honeypot ants to deal with. Yes, you see what I mean? You can absolutely get blown out by these ants just coming in here and engaging in caustic spittle fights with you. You don't want them. You do not want that. Promise. It really sucks. Scarlet rot is absolutely terrible to try to have to deal with. Mr. Jason says if you fall down there, it might be an ant-eye soft lock. That one's a bit crunchy, but I'll take it. An ant-eye soft lock. Yeah, that one definitely that one might require a bit of workshopping, but it is funny because it requires the workshop a little bit. Oh, and if you can help it, you want to free aim these. I have not mentioned this yet, but you can take out honeypot ants by hitting their big fat abdomen. It's kind of like crushing a queen ant. If you've ever found one, most people don't. If you separate them from their abdomen, they die immediately because that's where all their eggs are. And organs are. Like, a lot of that space is taken up by egg-laying equipment. Mr. Jason says, but it doesn't, good sir. Ant, them, you, the player. Softlock, forced death. Fair. I mean, hey, when I say workshopping, I didn't mean that it was bad. I meant it needs the crunch taken out of it somehow. But yeah, it's not a bad joke. You're absolutely correct about that. I literally just saw it right here. No, but I hope the explanation made some sense, and it wasn't just oh, I put my foot in it. Let me take my foot out of it really quickly. There we go. Why are those ants blinking in and out of existence? I don't know, but they're gonna die. Like, no, I did not mean to do that. It's fine. He says while having limited flasks. Now, the honeypot ants, I think I've already said this, but it's worth repeating. The honeypot ants do not come back. The regular ants absolutely come back, but the honeypot ants do not come back. Mr. Jason says, I'll be honest, good sir. You killing them off from up here is rather anticlimactic. Too true. But you know what? If I went down there, I actually would have died. I would have had to reset the soft lock. It would have been an awful experience. This is probably one of the worst soft locks, anti-soft locks, in the entire game. Hardy har har. I believe that's the last ant in here. Yeah, I think so. Good. We can take off those two things now. The deep root depths has a lot of crevices and cracks where you can get lost. Yeah, also, it has access to some of the best spells in the entire, well, not the best spells in the entire game. Elden Stars was actually quite stinky baseline. Let me quickly do that. I completely blanked what that was. Mr. Jason says, if all aligns correctly, Cozy Ales might raid you at some point, good sir. I've made the suggestion. She approved very well. Looking forward to it. I will definitely try to wake up for that one. Ah, zippy. Anyway, wow, I'm having sincere brain fog at the moment, and I am not particularly sure what to do about that. I'm kind of fearful for that, if I'm being honest. I definitely do not need Rain of Fire. Oh, that was close. Okay, I'm awake. I'm alive. We're here. Let's not have a second brush with death. Mr. Jason says, I said, if you do not have anyone else in mind and things align correctly, you could raid into my good friend Coinstamp later, I said, and things align correctly to just add the buffer in case you weren't able to go live, but I'm glad that you are live. I try to be. I definitely try to be. Other than like the 1 month crisis and like the 1 month, 1 month like string of back-to-back health complications, at most I'm like maybe out for a day or two at a time, or maybe a week if I have like a particularly lengthy client job. But outside of that, outside of that, I try to be live as much as I can, given my own schedules and everything. Okay, and then we can kind of like come back through here. This is the only part of the landing I didn't actually explore. Sorry about that. Wow, that was a hard sneeze. I'm seeing dots. Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir. And as much as I'd like to see you, I always add that buffer with plans as a precaution. Right, yeah. If the streamer has plans, you don't want to step on their toes. That's poor. That would be poor form. So fortunately, I do have to walk through the cave a second time, but it should just be a zip in and out. We'll hardly remember our time on the second walk. Yeah, and then, you know, I'll give you guys one of the best views in my opinion, all of Elden Ring. There are a few sites that beat it out. At least in my opinion. All of my other favorite ones are probably the ones that do that. Mr. Jason says, Sarema, who's gotten close to the Shadow Temple in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and she mentioned Infinite Darkness. And Mr. Jason said, the Infinite Darkness? Well, there are a lot of troll level creators out there. Yes, the trolls, the synonymous with darkness. Oh. Will throw you into the nether reaches of the most absolutely abominable trolls. POW blocks? POW block mechanisms? Wiggler cafes? You name it. We have it. Only here at the Super Mario Maker 2 Troll Level Symposium. Among other things. Mr. Jason says, true, good sir. Ooh, I have to be careful. I almost probably bumped into an ant there. Puppet masters are background operators, after all, in the shadows. That's true. That's true. But you know, I like to think that troll level creators are since they are effective puppeteers, they could just as easily show themselves. You know, show their empty-handedness and be seen as trustworthy or even safe, if they so desire. After all, the shadows are always attached to the object upon which light is casting on them. In other words, that is to say, where there are shadows, there's almost always the light, and something must interpose itself into the light to create a shadow. Mr. Jason's logic. If it's evil, it is probably the underling of a troll creator, supposedly. Though some things are truly beyond the pale and go well and above troll level creators. Though that begs the question in this worldview. If we move away from you know, the analogies we're making here, and we talk about real life a second, are the people who are greedy or evil or committing war crimes, are they also troll level creators, or are they considered like worse than one of those? I just want to understand like what the bounds of this worldview are more than anything else. It's a thought experiment. Mr. Jason says, nah, they're just jerks. Fair enough. Jerk is like a pretty light-handed way of putting it, but I get what you mean. Yeah, they're wow, that got dark real fast. Sorry. Intrusive thoughts, everybody. Try not to have them, and if you do, try not to acknowledge them. You'll do a lot better than I just did. That is for sure. If people are wondering what the heck am I doing, because I see the obvious path forward, we are making sure we don't miss any rune pieces. The rune pieces are especially devious here. Especially devious. Oh my god. You can find a rune piece tucked under a random log or a root or just something of that variety. And I know there's an ant over here that I can see. You can knock them out of the sky, but like real winged ants, but you still don't want to let them have their way with you if you can help it. Mr. Jason says, Ganondorf wants to destroy Hyrule, but Mr. Jason wouldn't destroy Hyrule. Why would I, as a troll creator, destroy my toys, citizens, when I can just play with them? Too true. Too true. It reminds me of a raid boss in World of Warcraft. It's this robot where it's like, I'm ready to play. And the whole point is it's got a phase where you got to deal with the real thing or deal with the robot, and then there's a phase where you got to DPS the core, and destroying the core kills the boss. Hits heart, so to speak. Okay, we're gonna leave those two flying ants be for a short season. Make sure I've not missed rune pieces somewhere. And then we will move forward. We can probably even sneak up on them if we go all the way around, you know, assuming that this ledge wraps around the tree. Even though Deep Root Depths is one of my favorite places, I do not remember every single thing about it. I don't know it from the trunk of every tree to the tips of their roots, so to speak. Ah, I see. It does not wrap around. Duly noted. What's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Jason finally says that I finally surpassed 600 K points in Suremu's channel. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. You just collect the... Are you just an avid collector of channel points, good sir? You never use them, I've noticed. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is aiming for 1 million. Understandable. You wouldn't happen to be a fan of idle games, would you? Because that's kind of what the this whole shtick is reminding me of. It's like cookie clicker or realm grinder type stuff. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason has not heard of that, good sir. Oh, I mean, you have to do some with some idle games. You do have to like put in some work. Realm grinder is one of them, but it's pretty good. I used to be a big player of it. Back in the day. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin Cookie Clicker stream when? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's like watching paint dry. You do not want to watch. You want to play the idol and, you know, leave it running like all day. You don't want to watch someone do that. And the YouTube videos on the stuff perform rather similarly. You know, if it's not supercuts of when something happens, it is very much you know, you are watching proverbial paint dry. If you like watching paint dry or think the process of paint drying is fascinating, then you might enjoy it. Mr. Jason says, one of my tutors was a bit naughty at college, was a bit naughty, good sir. In what manner of speaking, good sir? Oh, there are 3 of them. There are 3 of them. Okay, I need to think about this. Or they could be territorial and leash back immediately. Mr. Jason says they use the college network to mine Bitcoin. Ugh. Oh, I can't even remark about that. 1 second. Hold up. I'm more than happy to comment on that again in a minute. Okay, cool. Yeah, yuck, gross. We do not like, you know, Bitcoin around here, or cryptocurrency in general. This is what I gotta say to people mining crypto that are using, like, not their own property for it.
Too bad you're not double jointed. Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
Ah. Got nothing nice to say about that, so I'm gonna let the movie take it away. Oh, I almost bumped into another ant. Mr. Jason says, almost a year ago, I was mining on Twitch and I found the best coin, good sir. Hardy har, good sir. Even though that is, I know that is meant as a glaze, it is also a joke. I am counting it as a joke. It's funny. And true at the same time. Okay, any more two-winged, 6-legged creatures somewhere nearby? I sure hope to the gods in Elden Ring that is not the case. And I'm walking around here on foot. You could just as easily get around on your horse. That is completely fine, and it's even the more acceptable way of traversing the deep root depths is via horseback, because it is such a huge, expansive place that it's not funny. It's absolutely not funny. You will spend lots of your time like riding on horseback, especially getting from point A to point B here. I say this knowing full well I'm going to probably continue to gallivant around, you know, on foot. Want to be... Oh, hello. Nice of you to see me, Sir Ant. Just popping up out of the ground. Ah, are there going to be other ants? Yeah, there are. All right, hang on. Yuck, that was a bad performance. And then I hear more footsteps. I hear more footsteps. And I don't know what to do about that. I absolutely hear more footsteps. And also, why can I summon here? That's usually not a great sign. I think I know why you're meant to summon here, and it was that entire giant horde of ants, flying ants, but we already dealt with them. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, pointing back to what I said last night, I am well aware that could have been portrayed a very different way, but yes, I was just appreciating you. Yeah, I didn't mean to blow that response out of proportion. I was trying to make a joke out of it. It was definitely in the same vein as I wanted it to be, in the same vein as, oh, don't threaten me with a good time. You know, that kind of line where it's like, is that what I think it is? Even though I knew full well that is not really the case. All right, and then we're going to... There we go. Got that all... Mr. Jason says, but you're threatening me with a fantastic time, good sir. I just wanted to even the playing field. Fair enough. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with a bit of parody. That is a strong particle effect for nascent butterflies. I don't think I've seen them light up a wall like that before. Even during the previous times where I've done challenge runs, I don't think I've seen nascent butterflies do that. So that's interesting. How the frick are you supposed to get back up? How you're supposed to walk around, I think is what that answer is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's fine. That is completely doable. See, like I said, you're meant to use your horse here. Now I want to be on foot, and I want to try to keep an eye out for other ants or just other like occupational hazards. And our occupation is, of course, challenge running Elden Ring Reforged. Okay. Good. I think we've actually hit the precipice. This is the sort of view I'm talking about. Let me turn off the overlay for this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Just there's such a good contrast between the dark outlines and the like the amber golden hue of the underground. It's not funny. Mr. Jason says, parody, you say, good sir. That reminds me. PSA. Hi, folks. If you guys like what you see, don't forget to follow Coinstamp on Twitch and Kick and subscribe on YouTube. But if you want to achieve the truest parody, we recommend that you subscribe to Coinstamp on Twitch as well. This costs money, but is a wise decision if it's viable for you. Yeah, I appreciate the shilling, good sir. Oh no. Yes, actually, this particular not finger maiden, the finger reader is unique. It's one of the only ones that has a stance like this. She's definitely worth listening to. She's got some fun things to say.
Lord Godwin, such cruelty, such humiliation. Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death. As the first of the demigods to die, as a martyr to destined death. But why must it yet bring such disgrace? A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be? Oh.
Well, yeah, so this is the place where Godwin was sentenced. It's where his corpse sort of ended up. There's also like places where you can find Godwin's sloughed off face, or just like other macabre things about Godwin's. Thank you for the check-in, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I trust your work has been going smoothly, to say the least. Yeah, I think we're okay so far. Yeah, because this leads us into the section with different enemies, so greetings to you as well, good sir. Long weekend? Ah. Long in a good way, or gonna be fun? 'Tis the hope, right? If you mean fun in the non-ironic sense of the word. 4 days of the rest. Then it should be good clean fun, hopefully. Assuming I didn't misinterpret that just now, because I'm really prone to getting my wires crossed apparently. Hate that. All right, so we are done with the section involving ants. Yes, this is a center for ants. That whole section is a center for ants. If you know the reference, you know. If not, oh boy, look up Zoolander and you'll get the reference right away. Oh, that feels great. Thanks for the electrifying, absolutely electrifying raid. Welcome on into Cozy Ales and other wonderful people from their stream. Welcome on in, beautiful raiders. Hopefully you all are doing well. How was the stream, Cozy Ales? I hope it went well for you. If you need to cut and run, that's totally fine. I promise to be a good shepherd to your people. Promise. Yeah, otherwise, you know, how was the stream? What were you streaming? I missed the notification that Firebot gives me for what the last streamed thing was. Welcome on into Bakuka. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome on in Marioma1243 Animally. I will probably refer to you as Marioma if that is okay. And welcome on in NK Plays. Good to see you again, good sir. I hope you're doing well in both body and mind. I hope everyone is, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says Ailes was streaming Pokemon Pokopia. Nice. Awesome. How's Pokopia? I've heard mixed things about it, so I'm curious what people that have played it have to say about it. Mr. Jason says we have 2 verified TCC verified streamers right here here right now, Mr. Coin, Ailes and Bakuka. Yep. And technically I'm a 3rd one, so there you go. Mr. Shiny says tomorrow long sleep, Friday reunion with the friend, Saturday and Sunday is the yearly event when all museums are open and artists perform in the street the whole night, and it's absolutely free. It's one of those. Yeah, that's awesome. Those are usually a good time. I hope you enjoy that, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Jason says, pertaining to the all-knowing picture club, good sir, I was shocked when I found that Discord was copying a certain British exchange store, good sir. Ah, yes. And thank you for the follow. We do keep follows sound free and generally anonymous, other than the text on the screen. But please do enjoy the free emotes and other perks that come along with your follow. Mr. Jason, if you would please send out the Discord server information. If you guys have not considered joining my Discord, please do so. I'd love to have you. I'd love to have you there. But first, a bit about myself. Hi, my name is Coin. We'll be getting an advertisement alert in about 60 seconds. But outside of that, I am a challenge runner and a variety streamer. I do both. I'm currently in my challenge running arc, but I have played lots of RPG games over the years, or action adventure games. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, done that. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, done that. Fallout 3, done that. I've been all over the place. And of course, challenge running Soulsborne games, ranging from 3 up until this game. So speaking of
you hear that off in the distance,
hearing
my
things,
senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Bakuga says whoever says they have mixed feelings is a liar. Pokopia is the best. It's just the discourse I've seen online more than anything is that, you know, it's just an attempt to keep up with whatever Power World is doing, you know, for better or worse. They're chasing money, and they're attempting to try to cut Power World off. That's mainly what a lot of the negative discourse about Pokopia, like that's what it has to do with, is that. But if you guys like action RPGs or adventure games, or you enjoy challenge runs, I think you'll enjoy your time here. Truly. And in my Discord server, there are places for people to talk. There are places for people to post pictures, to chat with the locals. We have a pretty good community. And I would love to see, I'm trying to grow it. I'd love to see some more people in there. Bakuka says, what? That seems so off. I bet those people have not played it. Maybe. I have not verified the authenticity of the people that have chosen to leave disparaging remarks. It is very possible that they just haven't played or haven't given it a fair shake. It's the internet. My apologies. I'm not trying to spread filth for no reason. Bakuka says, of course there are some things that can be better, but it seems out of context. A bit, yeah. Bakuka says, yeah, I get it. Oh, I'm glad to have the opinion. Thank you for sharing it. Because I'm always looking to fact check what I see and hear online, especially in the age of AI deepfakes and limitless propaganda. Trying to find lived experiences is just so important these days. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason has a community with a lot of communities. Too true, good sir. Too true. Speaking of like community or like community related things, in about 2.5 minutes, we're going to be taking a commercial break. For you guys on Twitch, I do roll out some ads, and that's mostly to prevent pre-roll. I script these breaks, so I encourage everyone to take a break at the exact same time as I do. The webcam will be to my left. It'll read for 3 minutes. That's how long the ad break is. So again, I really recommend people get up, stretch, or do something else rather than look at 3 minutes of ads. It's gross. I wish I didn't have to do this, but It's the only way to satisfy everyone's needs. Or to satisfy both my needs and, you know, not making the experience super crappy. That said, you know, don't let me be the arbiter of your time. Spend those 3 minutes however you wish. Because once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned from my stretch break, because I take one during that time as well. The ads should have finished and we can pick right back up where we left off. More than anything. Mr. Jason says, absolutely, there could be things that are better about Pokemon Pokopia, like releasing it in a way that doesn't disappoint, Mr. Jason. Yeah, I could imagine that. Not only that, but if it were less blatant that I really think the discourse surrounding Pal World is a lot of the huge driver behind Nintendo's current ills. I think Nintendo did flew a little bit too close to the corporate sun, and the what would have been seen as a otherwise harmless release. You know, the game is good. I'm not disparaging the game. A lot of the discourse I see has almost zero to do with it, and it's everything to do with Pal World or Nintendo being Nintendo. But we can talk more about that after the break. So sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Just gonna take a second and clean my ears. But while this is going on, thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you. I hope everyone had a decent commercial break. I know we don't particularly like looking at ads here, but and nor do I hope people didn't subject themselves to that, truly. But I hope people found something to do for themselves. I'll catch up with chat in just a second. As it turns out, cleaning one's ears and talking is usually not a good recipe. And I'm going to read these messages first because I know a basilisk is about to breathe death blight on me. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, Sega does what Nintendo don't. Sometimes, and sometimes Nintendo does what Sega doesn't. Absolutely. Marioma says, a better company should have been the one having the games that Nintendo are controlling. It's just like the Disney version of a game company. Basically, yeah, that is an excellent way that was phrased. Yeah, Nintendo is like the Disney of Japan. If there were ever a company that tried harder to cater to children, and the ownership happened to be Japanese, it would be Nintendo. Welcome, Cozy Ales. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you again for bringing your wonderful people here. How was Pokopia? If and you don't mind my asking, because your audience that you brought with you was talking about that just but a moment ago, and I'm curious what your thoughts are since you've played the game. I don't want to press you to answer that though if you're not feeling up to it. Okay, let's dodge this. And for those that are wondering what the heck they're looking at while we're having conversations here, welcome to Elden Ring, and specifically welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod of Elden Ring, made by Team Kernifer, mainly by Kernifer himself, the mod author, but lots of people have funneled contributions to it over the years. There are over 100,000 different changes that are made to both the base game as well as the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC that Elden Ring has. Everything ranging from animation replacements, new mechanics, new spells, the changes to the way that statuses work, everything. It's really quite the spectacle. If you guys want to know more information or try the mod for yourself if you're a computer player, feel free to type in !ERR or !ERWiki if you would like more information. Cozy Ale says it was great. That's good. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm currently very early game, but you're loving it so far. Good. That's awesome. That's important. And the audience, I believe, reinforced that view when they were refuting the discourse I have shared about what people say about it online. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, it doesn't always happen, but the TCC's first example of finding another person through the TCC was Bakuka72 finding Cozy Ales through the TCC. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, but I guess it's being mentioned publicly now. And thank you for the assists on these. Cozy Ale says, I've never tried Elden Ring. I need to check it out. It's an awesome game. Are you familiar with the Soulsborne series? That's the Dark Souls games plus Bloodborne. that's kind of been merged together into a portmanteau called Soulsborne. That's what that collection of games is called. If you've heard of those or have watched people play those, Elden Ring is the like spiritual successor slash culmination of all of that, all of those games. And I am playing a mod on top of that and scouting for challenge runs to do in said game later. Yeah, I should also say it is not cozy. It's more mystical fantasy than and a bit grim instead of cozy or cutesy. But hey, I know some cozy cutesy content creators who went on to do play non-cozy games, and Elden Ring was most certainly among them. There's a huge amount of play variety. I hesitate to say their accessibility options because there really aren't. It's more like the game has more off ramps for its difficulty than before. Cozy Ale says, I love Skyrim. Is it similar to that? No, I can't say that it is. I'm trying to think of a game where it'd be similar. Have you played a game called Neo by chance? Like Neo 1, 2, or 3? N-I-O-H. Let me type that out here. That is the game name for reference. It's kind of like that, but more clunky. Lords of the Fallen would be another Souls-like, that's probably a bit closer to how Elden Ring is. Just a bit. There's almost nothing like it, really. Marioma says, do you think Elden Ring is harder than Dark Souls, or is Dark Souls harder? That is a fun question, but I'll answer that in a second, Marioma. Cozy Ale says, all right, guys, I've got to go. My friends just came over. No worries. I hope you have a good time with them. Thank you again for bringing your wonderful audience here. Again, I will be sure to treat them as if they were my own. That I will take care of your flock like I do mine. Please do stay safe. Take care of yourself, Cozy Ales. You're welcome here anytime, of course. But if I don't see you again, please do take care of yourself out there. World's a dangerous place. Now, returning back to Marioma's question, so mechanically, Elden Ring is harder. There's just more that is expected of you. And thank you for the follow, much appreciated. We keep those sound free and relatively anonymous around here for people that lurk or other things, but thank you so very much for that. Please do enjoy the free emotes and other complimentary things that come along with that follow. Elden Ring is more mechanically demanding, but Dark Souls is clunkier and like the hollowing every time you die. Yes. Would I say that one is I would say Dark Souls is more unforgiving when you die. Maybe the unforgiving nature may or may not make it harder for you. I think it kind of depends on what your subjective definition of hard is. For me, I find Elden Ring to be harder because it's just more mechanically demanding of me. I can handle Dark Souls. I've beaten it. I've played it many times. I could almost do it with my eyes closed. But how do I word this? Without like harping on it like a third time. Yeah, it really just comes down to what you think is difficult. If the lack of forgiveness is like a hard ask for you, oh no. All right, I gotta focus. 1 second. Nice. I apologize, but rune bears are a handful, and there are a lot of them in here that do not care, you know, how cute you are. They will kill you in like 3 hits. And we'll actually snap pivot just like that. Really? I didn't pay enough attention to that. And these guys have gob tons of health at this stage of the game. There we go. Got him. Let's see where we were. And my apologies for that. That unfortunate interruption. Mr. Jason says, I know something cozy for ales, Mr. Quine. My Super Mario Maker 2 levels. Maybe any other castle besides 6. Maybe, possibly. Probably not. Marioma says, I think at least in Elden Ring, you can just try over and over until you beat the boss. Yeah, I would agree with that. In Dark Souls, it gets harder every time as long as you don't have many human effigies or, you know, humanity. Yeah. However, here's my counterpoint to that. And it's not that you're incorrect. You're not. I want to put this in perspective. I'll take a basic boss like Asylum Demon, who hits very hard. Yes, dying to Asylum Demon over and over again is not fun, and in fact your margin for error decreases every time you die. You have less health, right? You know, if you don't bother to like undo the hollowing or anything. But the attack patterns it has are limited. It has like 5 or 6 attacks. A lot for sure. Don't get me wrong. It has a decent number of attacks you need to know. But humans can remember up to 8 bits of information comfortably at a time. So if you fill in the space in your head with each one of those attacks taking up a bit of information, eventually through practice you will commit those 8 attacks to memory, or those 6 attacks, excuse me. You'll commit them to memory, and then you'll be less likely to get got by them. In Elden Ring, if I'll take a let's take like an actual like roadblock boss. I'll take Margit, the Fell Omen. Margit the Fell Omen has like 15 attacks. Some of which come out quick, and others have a 4-second delay before any of the active frames of the attack come in. Bakuka says, I'm going to have a nice rest of the stream, y'all. Thank you so much for stopping by, Bakuka. Once again, it's good to see you. Please do rest well and take care of yourself out there. I do hope I get to see you again. But if I don't see you again, you know, stay safe out there. World's a dark, dangerous place. Right. And like, yes, you're not just remembering like one whole bit or one byte of information has 8 bits in it. You're remembering more like 2 or 3 bytes. Also, there's variance. The Asylum Demon in Dark Souls 1 will only like the circumstances for the attacks don't change that much. An actual flowchart is required if you would like to deal with or even begin trying to commit to memory some of Margit's attacks. Never mind when he becomes Margit or Morgott later and has more attacks and they changed from the last time you fought him. Never mind that. So what I'm trying to say by having that whole long-winded statement, and I do apologize for the length of time I spent on this, is to say it's all a matter of perspective. Elden Ring asks more of you, but if you've never played the franchise or any of its or like any of its mechanical clones before, you've never played a Dark Souls or a Souls-like or a Souls game, yeah. You know, Dark Souls 1 really stinks because not only is it hard, it is also linear. It is also linear, meaning there at some points, literally all you can do is fight the boss. That's it. You don't get anything. Dark Souls 3, perfect example. The first boss, Iudex Gundyr. All you can do, you don't even get to level up. You don't even get to level up until you fight him and win. That could be a huge turnoff right there. In Elden Ring, you're allowed to move on because it's an open world game. You're allowed to move on. You don't have to fight the boss. You don't need to ram your head against it. Not every boss is even required. Some of that is just the virtue of having an open world game. Never mind, like, you know, Dark Soul, like a Dark Souls open world versus some other open world game. What am I'm hearing something and I'm forgetting what that is. Oh, that's that enemy over there. I guess what I'm trying to say is that the topic is complicated more than anything. Mr. Jason says Troll Castle 6 doesn't exist anymore anyway. Fair enough. I thought that was still on retainer. I forget most troll levels hit the ban list by Nintendo eventually. Marioma says, yes, I think you're right too. Maybe I see Dark Souls as hard because I'm not as good as I am in Souls games. Sure, yes, skill can also be a discrepancy too. I don't want to thumb up my nose and say, you haven't tried Elden Ring. Come back to me when you've done that, and then you can have a proper opinion. That's not what I'm trying to say. And my apologies if I came off that way. Was not trying to come off that way. It's as someone who has played both, I think both can be hard for very different reasons. And it's more about trade-offs in games. And also because I didn't play Elden Ring myself, Marioma goes on to say, yeah, exactly. To an onlooker, I think to an onlooker, it's all hard. And it's a spectacle to watch. It's one of the reasons why challenge runs by competent live streamers is just so... It's so fascinating to watch. I remember when I was on Twitch a lot more than I am, other than like making content, of course. I watched Couch Jockey, the father of all spell-based hitless runs. Before the Dark Souls community was quite gatekeepy. You weren't allowed to use spells in your hitless runs. Watching him do his work and literally change the fabric of how hitless runs worked, or like challenge runs in general, it's a sight to behold. There's nothing else like it. I recommend everybody watch a hitless or deathless challenge run. Someone who's actually completed the PB or who has actually successfully done something deathless or hitless. Mwah, chef's kiss. Amazing. Marioma goes on to say, I don't think I'm made to hard Souls games. That's fair. It's certainly not for everyone. I just get excited about playing them and beating people, but then getting beaten up with simple weak hollows. I hear ya. Yeah, and the earlier Dark Souls games definitely had some jank. Dark Souls 1, you could really only roll in one continuous direction. The rolls were slow, they were clunky. This is without equipment load, by the way. Just like the movement was way worse in Dark Souls 1. And it's like that partially due to limitation and partially by design. Like Miyazaki, Hidetaka Miyazaki, the project dev for all of these Souls games, you know, wants things this way. He likes making hard games. And games with swamps in them. But we don't talk about the Miyazaki swamp fetish. Marioma goes on to say, oops, I wrote a novel by accident. Sorry, no worries. As you can see, I speak them. We're kindred spirits in that. You type them, Mr. Jason types them too, so you're in good company. You're in good company. I speak them. I hope everyone was able to follow along. If not, and I need to go back and rehash some things, I absolutely will. Mr. Jason goes on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, Marioma is famous in Gen streams for the novels. Yeah, the resemblance is duly noted, but typing in novels is not inherently bad on Twitch. It's not. If I had an issue with length, well, you know, I can take a hike. I don't think it's right that people police each other's like speaking habits or speaking mannerism, or in this case, typing mannerisms. Right? I don't think people should do that. I've had I've typed in like 2 sentences in a Twitch stream a couple of times or a handful of times, and I get told like, bro, come on, this is the internet. Why are you speaking like this? Why are you typing like this? And I'm like, because I can? Because this is how I type? Oops, sorry. I can put together coherent sentences that aren't just like, bruh, dude, whatever. You know, or, you know, Sag, or other typical things of that nature. Yeah, I like to yap. I like to talk. If people take an issue with that, oops. Marioma says, yeah, we just like yapping. Wow, how is it? Why is this gargoyle just sitting there? I have actively no idea. Also, there are tons of basilisks around, so let me catch up on chat here. It's fine. Mr. Jason is quite enthusiastic when it comes to stuff like that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I do wonder if I will actually open my physical 4K Blu-ray copies of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I've had 6 copies of the 4K Blu-ray Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie since the 14th of April 2025, and they're still new and sealed. I don't know. It's a roll of the dice. You either will or you won't, right? Mr. Jason says Marioma enjoys novels. Coin enjoys yapping. Mr. Jason enjoys glazing. I suppose, good sir. I suppose. I appreciate that. Let me get out of that. So for those that want to know a little bit more about the challenge run itself, again, I'll preface this by saying I'm not actually doing one. I am doing some routing for the run, which means I am scouting ahead in the game, and I'm seeing what I need to do and not do, where my strengths and weaknesses are in terms of the game before I do a real run, so I know where to practice, try to get better, that type of thing. My particular challenge run is Elden Ring Reforged, so I'm doing a challenge run of a mod, already novel, right? Novel as in new or different. Deathless, because I'm not really sure you can do Reforged hitless. I want to try, but Reforged actively rewards you for using the deflect system, and deflects are kind of weird in the realm of hitless challenges. So, all content, which means I'm not only doing every boss, every remembrance, both this game and both the main game and the DLC, but also everything else in between that I can. And then fire spells only, which means I'm restricting myself to spells that are either utility and don't deal damage, or they have to deal fire damage for me to be able to use them. I'm not allowed to use a different spell. I'm not allowed to, for example, equip a staff and start casting like Comet. I'm not allowed to do that. That's a disqualifier. Even though I'm using weapons, I'm not allowed to swing my weapons. I have to use my spells. That's the whole point. I'm allowed to... The only weapons I'm actually allowed to use are my bare fists. I'm allowed to use consumable items, but I can't use them for the express purpose of dealing damage. They need to be a utility item, like a cursed blood pot or something else. And I'm allowed whatever utility item I want. If you guys want more information on the actual rules of the run I'm going to do eventually, feel free to type in !ER hitless. Because those were the rules that I took. Those are the rules I modified. I went ahead and wrote down a lot of the rules and made changes to them for myself. And I went from there. But that is more or less what I'm trying to do. That's like that is why this is labeled, deathless, all content, fire spells only. Why I'm bothering to be this restrictive about it is that Mr. Jason says, if this was multiplayer and I was interested in Elden Ring, you would really be playing with mods, Mr. Coin. Well, I'm glad you asked that. I'm glad you said that, Mr. Jason, because actually, if you own a PC copy of Elden Ring, you own or you've downloaded Elden Ring Reforged and another little mod called Seamless Co-op, you actually can. You can play co-op with mods. It's great. Or you can play co-op and like participate in the same world. Elden Ring Reforged also comes with its own servers. So if I were playing this online, for example, I could actually like summon people and help them with bosses and things if I really wanted to. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, did I ever tell you that the HDR in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Nintendo Switch 2 edition is chef's kiss, good sir? Yes, lots of times, good sir. I'm very aware that the HDR is very powerful in the Switch. I'm very aware of that. Mr. Jason says it's not the best HDR that I've seen, but it's nice. Yeah. That's certainly true. I have seen that. I've seen some pictures. The HDR isn't you know, earth-shattering, but it's good. It is good. If people are wondering what I'm doing here, I'm using a spell that allows me to essentially not have to worry about like targeting too terribly much. And then I can use this and take them out. The deep root depths has a lower part and an upper part. This is the upper part over here. All this up here is the upper part. That's kind of our... I'd really like to get here today. And we have another 4.5-ish hours to do that. We have plenty of time. I think we can. But this here is the lower part. I at least want to get here today. Oh, that was a freaking spook fest. That freaking scared me. I was like, what the heck? What the heck is that sound? And now I know. I'll be more than happy to read that comment in a second. Okay. Mr. Jason says, if Mr. Jason wants the best HDR, good sir, Mr. Jason just needs to pick up one of his 3 DualSense controllers. Too true. Marioma says there's an Arabic streamer that I watch who really likes going to the hardest bosses with the weakest things for some reason. Ah, a real masochist. Yes, I'm considered to be one of those. And spends hours dying. Yup, that's the challenge run experience. You haven't really challenge ran until you've died over 100 times to the same boss over and over and over again. In order to finally beat it. A good example of this for me is Noster the False Sky, which is a import boss for Reforged from Elden Ring Night Rain. And yeah, I have died lots of times. Where were we? I literally just spotted it earlier. Here. I have heard some people don't beat Radon unless with friends, and he spent hours until he beat him one-on-one. Yeah, I've seen some YouTube videos do that. Yeah, it's quite the way to say, look at how cool I am. And you also have some of those moments where you just try to go beat hard bosses while your player's barely wearing a leaf and have a stick to fight. I have beaten not Elden Ring specifically, because Elden Ring is just a different game in and of itself, but I have in Dark Souls 3 beaten Ayudek Skundr while being a deprived, which is to say, while buck naked with no gear and nothing but a club, a loincloth and a club. I have done that before. It's quite fun, but boy, are you at the edge of your seat the whole time. Mr. Jason says, I also know someone who spends hours dying. I'm sure that Mr. Coin knows. I do. He's an ambassador in the TCC. That's how I know. If there was I have a clip. I'll have to try to find it during the next commercial break. But I have a clip of me fighting a really hard boss that is hugely resistant to my attacks, and I'm really having to grind teeth. I have a clip. I'll have to find it, but that was considered one of the highlights of my challenge running career in Elden Ring, Reforged very specifically. And this was back when Reforged was a more nascent, less polished, less defined mod than it currently is today. But I think that'll encapsulate the dying over and over again until it culminates in that one moment where you win. After a 10-minute, 15-minute boss fight, it's over. That kind of thing. Oh, those were some fun times. I like those fun times. That was a simpler time in my own life. I wish I could have them back, but I guess I would have to trade all my wisdom that I've accumulated over the years, all of my lived experience, and I'm not sure I want to do that. You know, the cost of going back in time, right? Just out of curiosity, and this is like a completely off-kilter, unrelated question. Has anyone ever read literature pertaining to like time travel, or like people that go forward and backward in time? I've dealt with like games that have used that mechanic, but there's this show my folks watch called The Outlander, which is based off of a book of the same name, and it's about a woman who goes, spoilers, it's about a woman who goes backward in time in England and lives through not only the Scottish like clan uprisings, but also gets married to a Scotsman, and then goes on to live through the American Revolution and some of the other stuff during that time. It's like it's a really ongoing series. I think my folks just watched the end of that like a month ago. It had like 15 seasons. It was crazy how many temporal references there were in the Outlander that it wasn't funny. Mr. Jason says, I was out with my friend the other day, Mr. Coyne. We were having a nice walk out in the countryside, and we decided to walk under a bridge. And I found this book lying on the floor. On the front, it said that it was the unabridged version. Hardy har har. I do have a counter for the jokes that people make in this chat, in our streams. Feel free to come up with some of your own, and that goes for anyone in here. Feel free to come up with some of your own. We're a huge dad joke community. I'm fortunate to have an audience of spinsters and all that fun stuff. I almost want to know where this takes me, but I think I have an idea of where this is going, but yeah, I tell a good joke from time to time too, but whenever I tell one, I don't count it, and instead I get a
Sure, Jan.
So like, if you like humor, if you like dad jokes, you know, or like slapstick humor or other sorts of things, I think everyone here will have a good time. If you don't, there's always Patty streams. Patty is a prominent speedrunner and like variety streamer at the moment. He does lots of stuff. He seems nice enough, but my God, do not tell a joke in that stream. Do not tell a joke in that stream. If it is a dad joke, you will get banned. If it is a pun, you will get banned. I am not kidding. I will reiterate that again. Do not go into Patty's streams and tell dad jokes. You will get banned. I watched people get banned when I was a more like regular follower of what he was doing. You're setting yourself up for a bad time. It's got to be the not obtuse joke. And yeah, Mr. Jason is the record holder for the number of jokes. He did get some help from Mr. Shiny and a few other folks, but he did a lot of heavy lifting to get the joke counter to 116. Speaking of, I do need to probably update that from last week's because I was bad and forgot to update it. My bad. But I will have that updated. I do have a place in the Discord server that I run where I log the number of jokes and puns that we do in a week and then in a month as like a sort of a record of the month that passed by more than anything. I'm sorry, who said you could come up here? Who said any of you could come up here? Thankfully, knights can't do too many attacks on horseback. But they do sure hit hard. Really? Well, I might die here if I'm not careful. Okay. Thank goodness. That was rough. We got him. We got him. It was rough, but we got him. And that, you know, that was just a regular enemy. Never mind a boss. When you guys see the bosses, some of the custom ones in Elden Ring, oof. In Reforged, very specifically, that is going to be an extra rough ride. Heck, even these enemies are, you know, a country mile and a half. They teleport around because that's what mausoleum type enemies do. They teleport around. They're like the soldier enemy in pretty much all other respects. It's gross. These are probably the hardest iterations of regular enemies in the game because of just the sheer fact they teleport around so much. And if you don't time it right, you'll get hit. All right, you wanna play a game of Sniper, Sir Mausoleum Knight? Ah, the game has been won. Okay. So our current goal as part of this split is to come down here. That is where the boss is. I am wanting to do a scouting mission first to make sure we've gotten the titular collectible of Reforged. One of the core changes that Reforged makes to Elden Ring is it adds collectibles. There are over 1,200 of these. Just in Reforged baseline by itself. These are used to help you get some of the upgrades, some binding runes. They augment your stats. Some augment a actual stat, and others enhance a characteristic of a stat, like FP or FP regen or so on. Collecting these helps out in very subtle but also very appreciable ways that often go underappreciated by the larger community of Elden Ring Reforged. But let me not stand in that. Oh yes, something else about Reforged is that one of the status changes is not particularly well received. Not too many people like it. And that is the change to Death Blight. So Death Blight is a condition where, you know, as the name implies, you die. If it fully builds up in Elden Ring, you get, you perish. In vanilla, that's all that happens. In Reforged, aka the mod we are currently playing right now, Deathblight does that, and it removes your runes and it takes away your death mark. You don't even have a death mark to get back. That is how much. That is how bad that is. Whether you're carrying 4K runes or 4 million of them, doesn't matter. If you succumb to Deathblight in this mod, they are gone. No questions asked. It is the harshest status by far. I dislike the change, but there aren't too many things that give you Deathblight in the game. It's kind of avoidable. And the stuff that's less avoidable, well, there's the principle of just don't get hit. Okay. I'm sorry. Why is there a rune bear roar? Hello? What? Oh, thank God that was just another basilisk. Sorry, the sheer utter fear came out in my voice. Because I thought the rune bear, which is in a cave underneath where we are, I thought the rune bear had managed to get up here and I was gonna freak the hell out, but thank goodness. See, there's that noise again. I know it's the rune bear, but is it actually up here? The thicket makes it impossible to tell. Mr. Jason says that's applicable to most games, just don't get hit. Well, it's especially true in Elden Ring and Reforged even more so than that, but you're right. Yeah, don't get hit always works. But outside of not getting hit, the other thing is wear armor with, man, I can't explain anything in peace in this game now, can I? I believe it's vitality that is responsible for death blight resistance. Yes, you're resistant to death, very specifically. You want to wear gear with high vitality, and you want to have rejuvenating boluses on hand. Mr. Jason says, and in general, as far as like replies to other chatters, other commenters in chat rooms, I generally don't read them out loud. It's to provide a small layer of privacy, what little privacy there is on the internet. Some things are best not spoken aloud, etc., all that. Just in case people are like, why isn't he reading this message? That's why. Mr. Jason says, I only follow a few rules in life. Number 1, don't get hit. Easier said than done in today's times, I'm afraid, but too true. 2, treat others how you want to be treated. The golden rule. Good man. And number 3, appreciate Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, good sir. It is very nice to have someone in my corner, and in basically almost everything. Mr. Jason has been such a godsend for my channel. It's not funny. I don't think I would even be half as successful as I am today if it weren't for him. So here is my appreciation back to you, good sir. Because without you, I would still be handling so many things by myself. It's not even funny. And I would definitely have to set up more chat commands than I usually would do for the ability to be able to just refer to my own commands myself. Believe it or not, there are actually other mods that you can play with on top of Reforged, so that you can have an even better experience. I actually am playing with another mod right now called Questlog. Questlog is a mod that lets you track the quests that you are on at any rest site. And it's of the file type that is compatible for Reforged, because you can't. There are lots of mods you can't run with Reforged, but Questlog is one of them. One that I want to try is Radial Spell Menu, as the Radial Spell Menu is supposed to make selecting spells in Elden Ring much better than it is.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
We do have an incoming shill here.
Welcome to CoinSpan. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Ko-fi, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you checked those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
Let's try that again. And thank you for the assist on that, Mr. Jason. This particular shill that I've done, it's a new one that you guys just watched, is longer. It's like 1 minute and 24 seconds, but it explains everything in one lump sum rather than splits it up into 20-second chunks. And my intention is to do that about twice a stream. That way, you know, I can sort of reduce the amount of shilling that is going on among my channels. I do need to work on that. People don't like bot messages that talk about payment platforms or Discord servers. People don't like that, I've noticed. So I want to dial that back some. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour in about 2 minutes. There will be a timer to the left of my webcam there. It'll read for 3 minutes. That is the length of the ad break, as well as the minutes worth of ads that will be served up to people on Twitch. My apologies once again. I highly recommend getting up and taking a stretch break, because I'm going to be doing the same exact thing. the same exact thing, getting up and stretching for myself. So it's a way for us to take a break together. But, spend that time however you wish. Because once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned for my stretch break. The ads should have stopped, and we can pick right back up where we were, more than anything. Let's catch up on chat before, I run out of time. Mr. Jason says, you're helping me massively as well, good sir. I have a general level of trust for everyone, but I won't hand out TCC president to just anyone. Only 3 people have ever held that role. Too true. I'm glad I could be of use. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad that you fit conversation in, good sir. I was able to keep some aspects of your pitch. Yeah, I should also say, some of that shell comes straight from Mr. Jason's own words, so please make sure to thank him if you liked it. I tried to be a little bit more puntacular with this shill. I hoped people liked it. Mr. Jason says, Miss Carly streamed earlier today as well. Oh, how was she? How was that stream? I trust it was smooth. I also want to be careful about leaving this paused too long. We'll have to pick back up on this conversation in a minute. See everyone then. So sorry about that. I am back. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break, found something fun to do, or otherwise just pass the time. Not sponsored by Cheerwine. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you. Welcome back to yourself as well. Mr. Jason says, good sir, I will have to head off temporarily before the next break. Sure. You know, do whatever you gotta do, good sir. I'll be here until I'm not. Mr. Jason said earlier that Miss Carly's doing well. Good. Glad to hear it. She played a new game called Paralives. I've heard of it. I've like vaguely heard of it. But I don't know too much about it. I know it's supposed to be a life simulator. Kind of like Live Alive. I forget the precise name, but she said that she'd been following Paralives for a while. Oh, then this must have just been in production for a while, and I failed to keep up with the Joneses on this one. Not much to do there. Yeah, really not terribly much to do there. Just gotta... Oh, I wasn't expecting to see more ants. Impressive. There's at least one. What's up, Mr. Jason? Glad I spotted that when I did. Give me 2 seconds. Any other ants? Where's Derek Zoolander when you need him? We need a center for ants. And we needed it yesterday. I need that. I've got to get the Zoolander quote. I've got to have it every time I come through this place. If I'm mentioning Zoolander so much that I should just, I need the reference. It's utter crack when you hear it the first time. Mr. Jason says only Soremu could die 3 times the exact same way in less than 30 seconds. Oh, let's see. Loading the suspend point, are we? Not even taking an honest death. Oh, it's fine. He can play the game however he wants. Wow, riveting gameplay. Mr. Jason says you're getting pretty antsy on looking for these ants. I know. Some of them have wings and become wasps rather than ants. That's a joke for the record. They're just winged ants, but still. The winged ants will get you. You don't want to get sprayed with scarlet rot. That's a great way to die. It is a humongously bad way to die. Mr. Jason says they're ants, but they're just winging it. Yes, but you know what? They're passing with absolutely flying colors. Says the man who can't fly. Hold on, I wanted to make a reference to my own joke. Here we go, and I know that there's at least another single solitary basilisk. So the trick with basilisks is just either get them from afar or, you know, harangue and harass them once you're up close to them. Don't try to play a mid-range game with them. And definitely don't attack groups of basilisks unless you have a means of clearing them out. Because they can and absolutely will jump around and cause problems for you. I have died many times to basilisks breathing death blight on me. And I gotta say, nothing sucks in Elden Ring Reforged worse than dying to a literal basilisk death blight spray and then losing all of your hard-earned wonderful runes that you've been farming and farming and farming. I've lost 250,000 runes. Blah, blah, blah. No, run, 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 run. Run like it was yesterday. Flee! Run, Forest, run! Are they gone? Are they gone? Please tell me they're gone. I'm gonna keep walking until I don't see them. Okay, I think the coast is clear. Phew. Yeah, the only thing worse than getting ambushed by enemies that have death blight are rune bear ambushes. You do not want to get mauled by rune bear. It sucks. It sucks. And rune bears are kind of like T-Rexes. You see them and you really want just nothing to do with them. You want absolutely nothing to do with them. I was going to make a salacious comment about the restore points I was seeing, but I'm going to refrain from doing that. Because I am also guilty of using restore points. I have done so in the past. I try not to do them for any challenge running or other things, of course. But I have used save states and like randomizers and or other things to not waste time more than anything else. I do not think these things bleed. Actually, we can use the codex entry to like look that up. Yes, just stand in this patch of blood flame for a second. Yeah, let's actually check our codex and see what it has to say about these gargoyles. These would probably be under diseased horrors. No, it would be under life and death. Actually, no, it's still not that. Is it cycles of rebirth? Interesting. So the stone I have to kill Noster twice. Are you serious? Once for the stone shield scorpion and once for Noster itself? Incredible. Might be no, it's not even primordial life force. Would it be the cruel blasphemies? No. Yeah, where is this? I'll figure out where this entry is. I might need to change it so it's alphabetical. So this was a... This was a rotted like gargoyle, right? I wish I had like any kind of notice on what this is. Now that I should have paid more attention, because now I know I don't know where to look. I'll find it. It feels like it should be under blighted, but I know better. Sorry if I'm not chatting. I'm really trying to look for this. I'll find it eventually. Ravaged. Okay, it's one of these. Weak against... strong against fire, immune to poison, blood loss, sleep, death blight. Okay. Cool. Found it. Welcome on in, Grunge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. We were just doing a little bit of digging around in the codex. After making some progress in the deep root depths. Hope I trust the day has gone well for you. Okay, so these are definitely we definitely want to use madness on these. That deals like the most DPS, probably. As for how I am doing, well, we're in a land of death, is where we are, and it has certainly not been easy. Really? Oh, I know that can't be it, right? Grunge says revising all day, just having a break now. Revising what? Does this have to do with the horticulture class by chance? Just curious. If it's like work sensitive or whatever, feel free to say I can't disclose, but okay. Revising sounds like a paper or an exam. Do you feel confident for the exams? Okay, we're gonna get behind cover. I realize that is not enough distance. And get behind cover and just kind of like, if I can get behind him, it will be great, but I'm not sure I can. Grunge says one of them is really easy. The other is like, it's not that bad, but I still know I have a bit I need to work on. I see. What? I will take it where I can get it. And now we just spam madness until it dies. And eventually it too will succumb to madness like that. Okay, what were you guarding, my fine friend? Which I guess would be right here. An Ash of War. Not a very worthy prize, but I'll take it. Well, for what it is worth, I hope that your exams go well when you get ready to take them. Are the exams coming up soon, or do you have a while? Before they're due or what have you. End of the month. Okay, you've got some time, but yeah, I hope those exams go well for you regardless. I hope your studying pays off and that it's fruitful. I remember spending many a night studying for my biology exams and my chemistry exams, dreading them. Passed some and didn't pass others. Such is how life in academia goes, right? I was about to definitely lose out on that. You don't think I'm letting you hop around and get away? I wish there were like a clean, easy path I could take through the deep root depths. Grunge says, in the harder one, I'm basically certain I will pass. I'm just really working on getting a merit of distinction. The UK grading system. The UK grading system. I want to say that one more time. The UK grading system. I defaulted to the US. Oopsie. So sorry. Because I'm too used to talking about the US grading systems. Yuck. Gross. Freudian slip. Bad Freudian slip. What is a merit of distinction? I'm not super familiar with, even though Mr. Jason and I have talked about that a handful of times. College is usually not the thing that comes up, so I'm kind of curious as to what merits of distinction are. If and you're not too busy, I'm not gonna. You're currently in the midst of revisement, so I don't want to impose on you. Pass merit distinction is more or less like C, B, and A. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, we use the Carnegie system here, so all that stuff gets a letter. Yay for spilling soda on my clothes. Not. Yeah, so you really want a distinction, but you'll take a merit. Yep, that sounds about right. There's a saying that's kind of dangerous in U.S. academia, and that is that C's get degrees, which is true. C's do get them. And, you know, the paired statement with that is, you know, what do you call a doctor that gets a C in all his courses? You still call him a doctor, because there's no distinction between ones that get a C and ones that get an A. It's about the, you know, it's about their actual real work that they do or don't do. The grade is, of course, supposed to mean something, but I digress. That's a little bit off kilter from what we were talking about. Grunge says it's really not that important on this course to get a higher grade. It's just a bragging thing if you get higher. Yeah, the important thing is that you pass. And I'm sure you will. You have my full faith. Especially since you're already quite confident you'll pass anyway. Have there been any exams or other bits of work that have been touch and go in that course? Like, gee, I'm not really sure about, you know, all this. I'm not really sure about, you know, the course at this point or some other point. I've had plenty of times like that in like my organic chemistry course. It was kind of like that sometimes. There we go. All done and dusted. We're not gonna head up here yet. That marks the way toward the major boss in this area. We still have work to do down here, but I think I have gotten most of the goodies in this area. Maybe one or two buildings I've not actually had the good fortune of jumping into or around yet. And so we're actually ready for the lower section now with the Mausoleum Tortoise, among other things. And I know I saw that Mausoleum Knight earlier. Ooh, don't get hit by that. That's really bad. It also did... Wait. Did the Mausoleum Knight break tracking? Does this break tracking? I'm so confused. Nice. Okay, yeah, this is bad. I'll be able to read in 1 second. There we go. Got him. I am completely out of flasks, though. Grunge says so it's been divided between paper exams taken on a laptop and practical ones. The practical ones are 3 tasks out of 15 you have to perform. So, for example, it would be like potting off, and you have to do it to a high standard. Those are easy. I had 2 of them. The paper exams are a lot tougher, but not impossible. There's just a lot of information. Oh yeah, for sure, especially in a course like that. I would definitely expect the information to be front-loaded in terms of how many technical specifications for something like potting off without even knowing what that is, for example, with me knowing nothing about that. It just sounds technical, or like it's more than just putting something in a pot. Like there's a way you need to do it that's correct, and anything else is, well, you know, hogwash, or it's not good for your plants to do it that way, etc., etc. Okay, I think we're all good here, because there's no illusory walls here to my knowledge, which means we're good to replenish our supplies now. Let's also convert these into hard runes so we don't lose them. And I could think about my next step, or some of my next steps. Grunge says the paper exams are more questions on botany or like sustainability. The practical ones performing a task or just knowing what to do and doing it within the time limit. Yeah, that reminds me a lot of like my biology practicums, where the practicums were this weird blend of both paper, like written material exams, and like, oh, you actually need to do like identify something within like time limit, and you're allowed like 1.5 minutes per station. The practicums were some of the most stressful exams I've ever taken, like straight up, because they were not just paper exams, they were also paper exams where I have to manage the microscope correctly. I have to remember what this part on a frog is, or I need to know the difference between a dehiscent and an indehiscent seed. I might need to tell you where the pith on a peanut is, for example, or ecological or taxonomical questions, stuff like that. Yeah, that's what that reminds me of. It's not the same, but I can imagine them being stressful. And maybe more. Yeah, there are definitely too many differences for me to relate to this in quite the same way, but I'm confident that again, based on your earlier statements, that you'll be able to pass. You might. I'm confident you'll do better than pass. Actually, I have that much faith. I have that much faith. I think you'll get a distinction. It's a merit of distinction, right? Yeah, distinction, exactly. I'll remember the UK grading system eventually, after being told about it enough times. I will remember. So we spent an hour just doing this whole section right here. We're definitely going to be spending another hour doing this section. The Deep Root Depths has a lot of meat and potatoes to it. It really truly does. There are a lot of things to do in the Deep Root Depths. Like, it doesn't even matter how it doesn't even really matter like what approach method you take for the Deep Root Depths. It's all kind of the same in the end, and that is to say, you'll definitely have to. Oh, they're gonna blink nonstop. That's funny. Yeah, blink away, blink away. It's fun in games until I get hit with a crossbow bolt, though. Bye-bye. Grunge says it will be fine. The worst part isn't taking the exam. It's just like I've laid out everything I need to still learn until the day and just need to absorb it, which isn't the most fun. Yep, that's the process of learning for you. There are times where it clicks and you get it and it feels great. And then there are times where the information just isn't seeping in the way you want it to. You haven't internalized something the right way, and it really sucks. It's like the naming convention for like organic compounds. I'm sure those of us in STEM remember the intro chemistry class where you learned what the difference between hydrofluoric and hydrofluorous acid is, or perchloric versus perchlorous, or perchlorate, excuse me. Stuff like that. Took me a long time to internalize that. Naming organic compounds is way more than that, because you have to take into account the bond type, what certain individual carbons have, like carbons have in terms of their like attachments. Are there hydroxides or ketones somewhere? Yeah, that changes the naming convention. There's a lot of that didn't really quite click with me. I didn't practice enough, but even if even when I did practice enough, it was difficult to absorb, especially if there was like a different trade name. Okay, and I have to worry about that knight behind me. I know we were dealing with another soldier. Bye-bye. Hilarious. Grunge says I usually just put some music on and put things into slides presented as clearly as possible. I tried to do this with index cards back when I was, studying, because, with a lot of the biology courses or even chemistry courses, especially where you're just expected to know things off memory, that was about the only way I could even absorb the things that I was able to absorb, was putting it on index cards, trying to work out word problems, and yeah. Some good music that isn't super distracting. This is actually a huge part of why I turned to synthwave. You know, as a young adult man, not to mention the spaces I was already in, of course, but synthwave has, for the most part, no vocals, or the vocals aren't meant to be disturbing or disruptive. So I'm allowed to listen to something I like listening to, and not think about broken hearts or you know, weird situations out of the blue. My mind is not removed from my studies. Why are they back there? Well, I know what I can do to make them move around all willy-nilly. You can try to break the tracking all you want, but that rain of fire is still following you. And then I'll leap in for the kill. Nice. But yeah, I can definitely imagine that's how you find your zen, is by doing that. I've had a lot of I've seen a lot of people on college campuses do about the same thing. What hit me? What hit me? Okay, that's coming from somewhere, and I don't know where. Oh, it's a mausoleum knight. I was about to say, yeah. How am I gonna deal with him, though? That's icky. I have no way to get up there right now. I have to actually go around the front to do that. And if I don't keep, yeah, I have to clear out some of these mausoleum knights, or there are going to be problems. Yeah, I took like a huge bolt in the face earlier. I hate mausoleum knights so incredibly much. I'm kind of like keeping my ear out in case I hear a, like the knocked arrow of a great bow or something along those lines. How are you not dead, good sir? I don't know, but I'm not gonna allow that to just pass. What are you doing, Sir Mausoleum Knight? I have no clue. Deep-root Depths is one of those funny places where I do not have time for long spell casts. It is one of those places where there is something to ambush you around every corner, and I do mean that, every corner. Oh. Yeah, no matter, once I've locked on, no matter how far you run, game over. Nice. This area does take, this bottom section takes like an immense amount of my concentration because you ride past one of the boughs of the roots, and the next thing you know, you've taken a great bow arrow to the face. You know, you had an enemy teleport behind you and like conk you over the back of the head, and you're lucky if you live. Oh, don't we love Elden Ring? And I had to deal with this in base Elden Ring as well. Never mind the mod that just adds so much more to it. Mr. Jason says, or an arrow to the knee. Too true. If you're gonna just sit and be behind that rock, go right ahead. Mr. Jason says, or an arrow to the knee. True, I suppose. I did not mean to do that. Yikes. Mr. Jason says, I finished those pots, good sir, so I am back. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Grunge and I were just talking about like their horticulture exams that they were studying for, and like the grading system in the UK of all things. And then in the meantime, I have been trying not to die. I've been doing the not dying challenge level impossible by a mausoleum knight with a great bow up there, punching me down with a lot of damage. Sir Jason says, yes, the UK grading system. Let's see, fail. I'm sorry, I have to look back at the classification for this again. I'll remember it. I'll internalize it eventually. Pass, merit, distinction. Oh. Okay, yeah, pass is a C, merit is a B, and distinction is an A. Mr. Jason says in level 1 ICT, Mr. Jason got a distinction star, and in level 2 ICT, Mr. Jason got a merit. Nice, nice. So if it isn't pass, merit, or distinction, then it's failure, right? There's no like, there's no weird D, right? Or like, what would be the equivalent to a D? There's no word for that, right? It's just A, B, C, or F. As far as this UK grading system is concerned. As a United States citizen, I get very curious about stuff like that. I would be in academia my whole life if I could. Yeah, try to outrun this rain of fire. You won't. Bye-bye. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason only knows of pass, merit, or distinction. What the heck is that? Oh, that's another knight. Hold on. I gotta find cover if I want to talk. Welcome back, Marioma. Just finished dinner. Oh, how was it? What did you eat, if you don't mind my asking? I'm a huge foodie. I like talking about food. Food is like a good universal catch-all. I'm gonna die if I talk. I gotta like break their concentration somehow. Never mind. So many basilisks. This is not a great time to talk. My bad. I need all of you to like chill out for 5 seconds. Can I get you basilisks and mausoleum knight to do that? You know what? I will take that position with them using a great bow. I'll take it because that means they're staying put. Let me pause so I can catch up with chat real quick. Mr. Jason says, before you went live, Mr. Coin, I was watching a Let's Play of The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds Hero Mode on YouTube. Oh. And what about it? Marioma says, just lima beans and rice and some soup. Mmm. That sounds good. I'm having some stir fry tonight. It's either going to be pork or chicken. It's usually one of those. Shh. Oh, I thought I was gonna sneak. Never mind. Never mind. Not for a lack of effort, though. There we go. I've managed to knock at least some of them out now. And then I could probably use a blood boon to like make this like knight's life very difficult. But jasmine rice, or I'm sorry, just rice, excuse me. But lima beans and rice is not bad. Oh, come on. Stop teleporting. I'll take it. I'll take it. I can dodge this. Marioma says it was soup from a chicken. But I don't like eating meat or chicken much, though. Are you a vegetarian or a vegan by chance, Marioma? Just curious. What the heck? Where is the second one coming from? I know I have a bolt, a great bow bolt sticking through my head. Where the heck is it? It's totally cool if you're vegan. I'm just curious. And if not, there's something else. That's also totally fine. Marioma says, no, just feeling it tastes weird these late years. Okay. I can respect that. I suppose if you either don't eat meat much or you know, just those two meats in particular, if you go a long span of time without eating it, or, you know, some other thing related to the nerves and what the heck? Every time I want to stand and talk, someone like shoots a bolt in my back. Where is this coming from? People are gonna have to forgive me. I need to find the knight that keeps hitting me from the back for no reason. I need to find them. I guess I'm gonna start by checking up here, maybe, because if I stand still, I will probably get hit. I think I maybe like that with eggplant, where I find the texture weird, but only if it's like not cooked right. How? How are you not dead? You know what? I probably shouldn't think about it too hard. Okay. I'll kind of like let them like pile in. Marioma says I like fish, tuna, sardine, cooked fish. Okay, so pescatarian, perhaps. That's totally fine. My sibling is like something of a pescatarian themselves. Fish is like easy to eat. It's fine on their digestive system. They don't have too many problems with it. All that fun stuff. First, it was the knights, and now it is the soldiers. I'm trying to like pay attention to them so I don't like drive myself mad, and I don't get pelted in the face by crossbow bolt. Oh, it's the nearly dead one from earlier. One second, I'll be able to reply to that momentarily. Mr. Jason says, this conversation's becoming rather fishy. Party har har. Too true. But hey, at least it's fishy and not like, I don't know, slimy or sewery or something else, right? Anyone ever heard of the phenomena of sewer sausage? It's quite a staple in Japan, where they have to like repurpose their water treatment plants a lot. They take some of the I saw that. It's over. It's the same night. Are you serious? All right. It's horse time. Let's go deal with this knight. I've had enough of you. He says, while also having to deal with just like tons of like unfortunate definitely don't stay put there. Sorry, I'm definitely gonna have to be locked in a moment longer. Okay, where are the other basilisks? I know they're here. I know they're there's one of them right there. And I'll let the rain of fire kill him. Mr. Jason, you mean this lovely staple quote right here. One second. Nope, this is not the correct one. Yeah, it's page 3. Oh, is that actually not on here? I'll give you your applause since I know that was a joke. But I'll find it later because I've got a. The longer I look at that, the more likely I'm going to be dead. But yeah, we do need to tuck him in a little bit. Okay. And they can see me from even right there. Incredible. Does this work? It works. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Saremu is now in the Shadow Temple. Nice! It must have taken him some time to find it. You've put yourself in a good position, Sir Knight. Please, stay right there while I, torment you with hailfire. Yeah, you're not dodging that, are you? Ha! Singing in the rain. What a wonderful feeling it is fighting again. Something like that anyway. I did not mean to do that. But it's fine. It could be worse. It could be like way worse. We could have like basilisks in our midst again. Now, can we make a jump like that? Yes, we can. Was it a good idea, however? That I'm less certain of. Marioma says, but if meat and chicken were cooked in a legendary dish, I sometimes give it a bite while trying to trick my body that this isn't the thing that it hates. Does it work? Does tricking yourself ever work? I presume not. But like the attempt is duly noted. Mr. Jason says, I wasn't sure at first, good sir, but eventually got to the point where there was a shadow of a doubt. Hardy har har. I guess the proper turn of phrase there would be there was no shadow of a doubt. How am I not dead? I just straight up marched off the side of that like it was no one's business. How am I not dead? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll not look a gift horse in the mouth. Wow.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far. Thank you again to Cozy Ales for bringing in their wonderful people. Thank you to everyone else who has decided to hang out with me today. Your company has been much appreciated. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. In about 4 minutes from now, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam, and it'll read 3 minutes. That's not only how long the break is, but how many ads are served up. So, I mean, I don't even need to go up there again. I can do this. You know, I do this to, you know, swat away the pre-roll ads that I have no control over, so that Twitch is like a marginally better experience. I highly recommend an ad blocker, though. That's just going to be a lot better for you. And I'll put it this way. It's quite telling that the US government literally recommends an ad blocker to surf the internet. That is a wild thing to come to the realization of. So yes, you should get yourself an ad blocker if you can. Otherwise, you know, we'll do the best we can with what we have. Spend the time whatever way you like. I recommend taking a stretch break. That's what I'm doing, but I'm no one's boss. Once those 3 minutes have elapsed, the ads should have stopped. I should have returned to my seat, and we will pick right back up where we left off. Guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed. Or your money back. Just do a check see here. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine or Pepsi, who is responsible for canning and bottling. For a rather local South Carolina favorite. Yeah, fun fact about Cheerwine, it is a locally sourced or like a locally brewed thing in South Carolina. If you want to get it in a can or in a bottle or in a 12-pack or 2-liter, if you can order it. Like it's mainstream enough that you can order it, but it's kind of hard to find. Not every store has it. Some places just aren't affiliated with or don't sponsor Cheerwine. So if you wanted to know a taste profile, it's kind of like, it's not a dark cherry soda, but it's not your typical like bright note of cherry. There's definitely there's some depth to the flavor. If you've got kidney issues though, watch out. Because Cheerwine is carbonated about 3 times as much as other sodas. So if you already experience kidney issues or pressure buildup due to bubbles in your capillaries, which is a thing that you see with erythritol. That's what's been coming out in research, that erythritol does that to your the blood in your capillaries. You know, steer clear. Cheerwine is not for everyone. But one sip and I guarantee it is delicious. It's such a local thing here in South Carolina that people make cakes out of the stuff. People do all kinds of things with Cheerwine. It truly amazes me just how much people try to do with just a prototypical cherry soda. I was about to say, oh, it's just hit. Yeah, it was hitting one of them. I'm gonna do this, and then that, and hopefully, yeah, it looks like we're just in time. See everyone after the break. sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I hope I trust that everyone had a good commercial break. You know, found something worth doing during the commercial break. We got quite a few challenges on our plate, one of which is this mausoleum tortoise, which I need to add to the split, so I'm going to do that right here before continuing. Mr. Jason says, I was eagerly anticipating the return of the good sir. I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and put a plus there. And mind my surroundings while I do this. We're up to 356 individual listings, by the way. I can't believe there are just this many distinct things to do in Elden Ring, Reforged, that I guess because I never classed things this way before, I never thought of them as like separate activities like this. But now that I am, yeah, there's just like my frame of reference is just so different compared to how it was the first time. Marioma says, I was checking if the game that was downloading, if it was finished or not, and it did. Ooh, nice. What game, if you don't mind my asking? I'm curious. Feel free to tell me, mind my own business, if that's like personal information or whatever, but you know, Twitch is primarily a gaming platform. I kind of hope it's the quintessential thing most of us come here to share in some capacity. Marioma says, Hollow Knight Silksong. You and Mr. Shiny would get along quite nicely. He's a huge avid Silksong fan. He's recommended both Hollow Knight and its Silksong counterpart to me as game requests, but mainly the first Hollow Knight, because I need to start there if I want to if I'm wanting to play Silksong in the future. I've heard it's good. I've heard Team Cherry has really outdone themselves with Silksong. Okay. So this is a mausoleum tortoise. They all pretty much go about the same way. There are skulls that we have to, like, skull masses that we've got to find on its body, and we need to wipe out a certain amount of them. Oh, right, I forgot about this. There's a certain amount of them we have to bring down, and if we want to deal with the mausoleum knights, I better find a spot to be. Okay, cool. We have managed to deal with that particular split without getting hit too much. Good, 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 good. I'm always worried about that. Marioma says, yeah, it looks really good just from the screenshots. I tried some of the first Hollow Knight too, but skipped to Silksong. Ooh, I've heard that is a bold statement. Good luck. From what I've been told, those that do that have a rough ride, but hey, we were able to hold up a pretty good conversation about Elden Ring, so I'm pretty confident that you've got your feet under you for something like Silksong. I hope I'm looking forward to future exploits. I believe this is a Rune Bear boss. I guess I'm gonna find out if it is or isn't, and if it is, then I'll want to do that here. I hear this particular Rune Bear is also chunky, with huge amounts of HP. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Anytime. I hope it's fun. I hope it's fun. I look forward to playing Hollow Knight at some point, especially because not only do I have access to the game myself without needing to talk to an intermediary, but it is in my backlog. It is a game that has been requested for Backlog Friday, so after Super Mario Odyssey, I will probably tackle it next. And that'll be fun. The thumbnails will be fun making for that too. Mr. Jason says, in 2 weeks and 2 days, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason will have a wonderful 190 pounds. Nice. Is this a fresh budget or a part of the budget, or are you still working off of old estimates, Mr. Jason? While you're doing that, I'm going to focus real quick because rune bears are hard. A fresh one, good sir? Nice. Nice. For people that are new here, such as Barioma, but also for other people as well. In front of my webcam in the top right hand corner of your screen, there is a red screen. It's a slightly, I need to slightly resize it, but it reads locked in the bottom center. That means that while that's up, I don't chat all that much. I'll say hi. If there are new people that come in, I will greet them. If there are people that leave, I'll try to like see them out the door. But otherwise, Elden Ring is hard. Elden Ring Reforged is harder. And this game requires a lot of my attention. So I'm not always, I'm usually not up for conversation when this screen is in front of my face. Just so people know what the heck that overlay element even means and what it's for. Hopefully this won't take too terribly long, and I will see you on the other side of this battle. Especially because this one is guarding a rune piece. I kind of want it. Nice. Nice turnaround. Okay, this wasn't a boss, so I can't actually get rid of it. I was a little worried about that. I thought maybe a boss gauge would come up, but it's not even a unique rune bear. It was just another bog standard rune bear in a cave in this place. So, bye-bye. Now, what were they guarding once again? Another 6. How many of those do we have? Do we have 3 of them? Yeah, we have 3 of them. We have 3 of them. Perfect. Means we'll have a +7 going into Fortisax. Or to Fiend's Champions, excuse me. Not even Fortisax yet. Let's make hard runes. So that we don't lose our... We don't lose our rune. Like to have them. Let's also make sure we've properly explored this end section. Because I don't want to miss out on that either. It's definitely... That rune piece that the rune bear was guarding was definitely not a... You know, a rune piece you skip. You don't have to skip it. What? How did that... Oh, never mind. I know how that happened. let's make more hard runes. I should say this is also not vanilla either. Hard runes are something you normally just find out in the field in vanilla, and you want to hold on to them if you're ever not sure that you'll be able to level up, or you're worried you might die. Hard runes are a great way to hold on to your currencies. What Reforged, one of the unique things about Reforged is we now have a crafting recipe, and I've had one for some time, for storing our runes. We do lose 20% of the total number of runes we make in order to make the hard rune, because it takes 2,500 and the stored rune it can be popped for 2,000, but it allows you to essentially bank levels, which is not something you could do before in Elden Ring. You couldn't bank levels as much, and I honestly think it's kind of cool that you can do that. We can also make respec items, provided we've fought the right boss. I believe we need to kill Morgott to get access to that particular crafting recipe. But once we do defeat him, we'll be able to respec whenever we want. Right now, we can only respec, that is to say, reset our stats. We can only reset our stats, but a handful of times. As soon as I can find the right one of these larval tears, we can reset 10 times if we need to do that, but only 10 times. Granted, I'm fairly proficient at the game and I don't need to reset. We will reset one time, and that one time will be to swap which stat we are preferring to use from arcane to faith and intelligence during the late game. We're not at that level yet, where we're not at that point where we need to do that. I can see there's a spirit spring hawk we need to add here. Oh, it's nice having a fresh budget at least. That's always good. Having a good influx of money is a good thing to have in these rather dark times where everyone's getting crushed by debt. There's war, there's famine. Having money's a good thing, generally speaking. Okay, here goes the Spirit Spring Hawk. Oh, you can duck under that? Pay attention, coin. Pay attention. Okay, so that segment is done. I'm glad I looked there, because I kind of thought there was something hidden back behind that section of this, like, tree stump. And is there, how about any path, is there any path over here? Yes, but it doesn't amount to terribly much. Okay, cool. Now, we can head up here. Get ourselves a rune piece and a stone sword key, and then we can jump right back down, which you could do in base game. What Reforged does is it says, okay, you know, some of these shortcuts you have, we're going to put them behind Spirit Spring Hawks, and you're going to have to kill them if you want access to those shortcuts, which I think is a cool mechanic. I don't mind Spirit Spring Hawks. There are only a few things I don't care for. One of them is the Godskin Noble in the elevator. Ick, black, yuck. Could not be me. Do not ask. Do not redeem. The Spirit Severing Blade being literally 7 seconds because PvP stuff. Why, oh why do we not have a PvE version? Please give me one of those. There's a couple of other really minor nitpicky things. For the most part, Reforged is great. I love it. It's the best mod in the whole wide world. I like it more than I like Convergence, and I like Convergence a great deal as well, which is like it is the kitchen sink of Elden Ring mods, if one has to know. I'm going to take... Do I have a smaller rune I can pop? I do. I want to take like an 800 and turn it into a 2K. I'm kind of like losing runes on purpose is what I'm doing here. And then I need to think about Siluria a second. So if I remember Crucible Knight Siluria, they are a spear using Crucible Knight, which means I don't want particularly close range spells, and I won't need a flame cleanse me to my knowledge. I probably also won't need no, Siluria kind of hits like a Mack truck. Yeah, having something like that might not be terrible. But before we do that, though, we need to go claim a reward at the Gilded Court. We also picked up an enhancement for... we also picked up a couple of the necessary... I'm sorry, I'm having a tough time, apparently. Some of the... wow, I am brain fogging it up real good. Some of the items we need for an upgrade. The somber...
Off the table. Don't slouch.
Very well, thank you for that redemption. As you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, there is a little timer that says, hey, I'm not allowed to slouch while I'm sitting. Thank you for redeeming that. So for 5 minutes, I'm going to hold my back straight and be active when I'm sitting or standing or stretching. Thank you for that. This is also a great time to talk about my channel point redemptions. They come in color codes. You can find the channel point rewards, power-ups, and other stuff in the bottom left panel of your Twitch page, or of your Twitch chat panel, excuse me. And I'm more so explaining this for people who don't know where that is. My channel point rewards come in 4 color codes. Blue are check-ins. This is to let Twitch know that you're a real human being, because they're doing the AI bot crackdown, or view botting crackdown. Not that I'm doing any of that. I don't even know how I would go about view botting, honest. Rewards color-coded in pink are soundboard rewards. You spend your points, you get something funny, and you move about your day. The ones color-coded black are the default Twitch rewards. I've made them as unflattering as possible for without, you know, they're there so people know, hey, this is a default channel point reward. Everyone has them. Finally, the ones color-coded in purple are things that make me do something. Whether that be drink or you want to say something in the chat, or you want to give me posture check or an AMA, or you want to make me wear one of my hats, which I will pull over the table for. Since I'm wearing a pink shirt today, it'll be the pink hat. It'll be the burgundy, like raspberry hat, and so on. And of course, one of the more powerful ones is, if you ever have 10K, you can make me not say a certain word for 5 minutes, a la one of the Point Crow challenges or videos. Marioma says, I found so many things in the channel point redeems. I really like most of them, even without knowing what you do. Even without knowing what they do. Yeah, I appreciate that. I worked hard on them. I had to splice certain bits of audio to get some of them. An example of this would be where I actually stitched together audio to make it work, would be this one.
Oh, a tree, grant me suck.
The full word is succor, S-U-C-C-O-R, which means to give shelter, respite, or rest to. And the VA said sucker so cleanly that I was like, wait, can I like chop off a part of that? I fiddled around in Audacity for a few minutes and I was like, I can. So I did. It's one of my best pieces of audio work in my entire streaming career.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for no matter what.
Yes, Hugh, let me strengthen my armament, please. Thank you. Yeah, 285. That's great. It's fantastic. And then I believe we got Ghost Glovewort 6, and I think we only have one of them.
Greetings, are you here for...
Which means I gotta pick, probably. Who am I picking for this? Could be a lot of things.
Your mother is dead.
Thank you for the redemption. Some of the audio or soundboard bits are a bit crunchy. That one's one of them where it's like I tried to isolate the quotes, but there's no clean voice sample to use. At all. I wouldn't even know the first thing about being able to separate the audio, but I would like to remaster that one one of these days. And thank you. That one is from that. We actually might see that if I manage to beat Fortisax today. We might manage to see that. I am going to have Christoph here go into +6, and then we can turn this one into +5. And then we can upgrade some other, like, ashes. I just gotta find the ones I've already upgraded. It would be really nice if there was just a separate tab for ashes we have already, that have pluses on them. That would make things a lot better. Oh. I can tell we're gonna be fiddling around with the sound effects today. I hope you get a good laugh out of them. To say the least. I know I did when I was splicing them. I remember just spamming the living heck out of that one because it was funny. Because if I snip a sound out of context for something that is supposed to be a really powerful, really powerful line, that particular voice sample comes from the initial cutscene of the game. Like when they're explaining the story and stuff to you. I'm like, why does he make a sound like that? Didn't Miyazaki and like company realize that that could be spliced out of context? Yeah, I had fun making those. I hope people enjoy them. Marioma says, okay, I think I have to BRB for a while and be back to play with the redeems. Very well. Take your time. You know, I'll be here until for another 2.5 hours. Plenty of time. We're just going to be probably wiping face to Siluria a few times. Because Crucible Knight Siluria is hard. If it wasn't clear enough. Crucible Knight Siluria is hard. Alright, let's get Kristoff out here. I have the spells I'm gonna use. Oh, whoops. Yep, definitely supposed to have that on. Oh, I am dead. Or I'm very close to it. Actually, I lived somehow, but I'll take it. Nice. That's all done and dusted. Now, has this been fixed? I don't believe it has. Never mind. Okay. I'm less miffed now. We have the spirit summoning animation on horseback. I don't know why I couldn't use it before, but it's whatever. Nice Crucible set. I used to wear this back in the day. It was considered like BIS for me because of the defenses on it. It was pretty good for the weight that it had. Mr. Jason says, the chat in Seremu's stream makes him laugh, good sir. When he needs to use a specific item, we say, if only we had an item that insert purpose of item. Too true. Yeah. You know, famously, Zelda is a very linear title, and you can definitely figure out pretty quickly the items that you are supposed to use in order to traverse the areas you're supposed to traverse. You know, if you're studious about how the items work anyway. If you're not so studious, well, you know, good luck. Good luck. Is he gonna play Master Quest next? That is a question that I want to ask out of morbid curiosity, because does he know that Master Quest exists? Yeah, I don't think so. Get out of here with that noise. I gotta be careful with him, though. Really doesn't take much for me to draw aggro from unnecessary enemies. Like, really, it really does not take much at all. Oh yeah, even though it is a pretty straightforward route, you can actually die multiple times in routes like this. I know from experience. I have died several times to the ravaged gargoyles spitting flame at you. It turns out when you don't have a good long range counter to them and you're forced to get close, the answer often is this section is a real hell. It is actually really difficult to justify its existence. In fact, it is usually encouraged that you, you know, go through and ride on horseback because of how obtuse and unfair the arrangement of enemies often is in this exact section, because you're restricted in where you can move, right? You can only move where there are routes. And if you're not careful, a knight is waiting around the corner to maybe take you out. Something along those lines. Pretty rote, nondescript stuff, though. They're not hard, provided you can find a way to get to them. They're kind of like the angel chrysalis pod things in, you know, the Ringed City DLC in Dark Souls 3, where they're hell to approach, but once you approach them, they're actually not all that terrible to fight. Like, you find the pod controlling the winged angel thing and they die. And they die pretty easily too. Okay, I thought for sure there was going to be an item up here. It feels like there should be a rune piece there. Mr. Jason says, I still remember that wonderful Thursday, good sir, that you returned after a much needed break. If we got 21 jokes in those 2 days, I know. I'm flattered and honored that I have an audience that's willing to put up with stuff like that. I'm incredibly honored because people had every right to say, oh, this guy is going through a mental crisis. Bye. Sorry, but I'm too busy in my own life to worry about that. People had every right to do that. The whole point of content creation is that you're supposed to be consistent. And if you cannot be consistent, then how did I miss that? I see the scarab down there, which is kind of what I'm wanting to like grab. It's all content. I think I could probably do this. Yeah, there we go. Another somber 6. Good. I was kind of worried we were going to run into issues with that. And then we'll just run this way. And we're already back up to where we're supposed to be. This area is just about pretty neatly wrapped up, too. Mr. Jason says, for what it's worth, good sir, while I am only one of your wonderful audience, good sir, I am a guaranteed one. I appreciate that. I do. It's kind of hard to express that consistently all the time, because after a while, if I keep repeating it, it feels inauthentic, right? Because it's lost the emotional value, which is sort of the whole point. It's more of a confirmation of platitudes we already know about, if that's making sense. But regardless of how it sounds now, I am of course no less grateful for having people here. Good. I'm glad that is the case, and that I have an audience that truly gets that. That I have people that truly get that. Because it's not every day that you find or have access to an audience that allows for that and has that that understanding reached and agreed upon. You gonna... Oh, you know what? I bet I could do something. Hold on. Let's see if I can make it work. Heck, nabbit. So close, yet so far. Ooh, I can lock on. I can lock... Ah. I lost the ability to lock on. Why is it... Stay in one place, you silly basilisk. Ah, it's so close. Fine, I guess I will go deal with it the hard way. That's gonna take forever. That is absolutely gonna take forever. Now what I can do is come on foot, come down here, quickly cast a rain of fire, and then it'll, you know, we'll be fine. There. That's better. And now we can do the same thing here, where we ride quickly, then get on this route, and then we're in the clear. He says while immediately having another... Ah, that's where it is. Okay, got it. Is there a third one, or did it just move? I literally can't tell. Not being able to... Ah! Found ya. Okay. I see. What we can do then is something like this, where we jump onto this route, and then there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. There. And then I believe there may be something on this section of the platform. Kind of having to look around a lot. Because, you know, if you want to find rune pieces, you have to look. I don't see anything. Doesn't mean it's not there. It just means I don't see it. Okay, then we do the same thing for this guy. Kind of like run around, and then we have access to him. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, well, Mr. Jason is going to skip it at release for now, good sir. This month is the release month for Star Fox. I'm looking forward to seeing what people do with that. I like the designs, even though they're a bit uncanny valley. I do generally like the designs. Some characters got it worse than others. Flippy design, anyone? In terms of one of the characters that kind of got done absolutely dirty by it. Meanwhile, a candidate that absolutely whose design and I'm not calling character spoilers, because these are characters that we could literally find in so many rehashings of this particular game of Star Fox 64. It's not funny. So it's a 20-year-old game. My apologies in advance. But Pigma. I think Pigma got one of the absolute best character redesigns, and like the whole, like he looks awful, which is kind of the point. It's one of those, you really have to think, how the hell did he get anywhere near the team that he was allowed to be at, right? How was he allowed to just do that? Did people just not see the writing on the wall? Did people not think maybe he doesn't look like he should be there? You know, etc., and all that. Oh, yeah, we lose the ability to mount when we come up here. There is one more thing I think that we need to do, and that's back up here. And we have the rest site, so we can do this now pretty readily. And that is jump off here. Man, this will actually drop down to another section, or a lower section of the deep root depths. Now, I have to ask, are you excited for Star Fox release month, Mr. Jason? I can't imagine you're too terribly excited, because that is not a game. We've talked about this before. It's not typically a game in your wheelhouse. That doesn't mean you can't change your mind, of course, but you know, I'm kind of rehashing what we were saying before. Mr. Jason says, "Indeed, good sir." If the controls for this particular reboot are good, then I don't know. Maybe this is what gets this could be a thing that gets you into twin stick shooting, because I think Star Fox can kind of be classed as a twin stick shooter, or it is very capable of being a twin stick shooter, is what I should say. Twin stick shooters can be fun if they're done right. If they're mechanically solid and the controls are good. At least I think so. Now, I'm not very good at twin stick shooters, but that is different than not liking twin stick shooters. You can like something and be bad at it, for example. You can't necessarily dislike something and be great at it. There is a natural inhibition that keeps one ow. Don't let these guys grab you either. They do have a grab attack, and if you get grabbed, they will, that stinger on their back, they will absolutely put that into you so fast it's not funny. I can't believe I didn't get stung. Wait, am I about to learn new things? There is no shot I'm about to learn something new about deep root depths right now, because I see a pathway of stones back there over in that direction. I'm wanting to make sure I haven't missed a rune piece, but I am deathly curious as to what is over that way, because that brings us back to like this first section of deep root depths. Have I just missed that path the whole time? Like the actual literal whole time? Like I've never bothered to look back there before? Or is that like, am I about to find out Reforged has added this? Let's find out. Wow, this is actually something new. So far. I was hoping this was like a secret connector. No, it's just a bunch of rocks. I wanted this to lead up to the other section of the deep root depths. That's okay. That's okay. I didn't even know this was back here though, so I have learned new things today. I have learned lots of new things today. Speaking of learning new things, or maybe like traversing very dangerous areas. This is one of them. There's a merchant here? What? How did I forget? How did I forget that was here?
Oh, a customer.
This is an obscure merchant. I totally forgot about this. Give me the stone sword key. And give me the larval, because we don't need regular old smithing stones.
Goodbye.
That is wild. I forgot that there was a merchant here. In fact, I almost want to say I've only ever read about that merchant because I never bothered to I never bothered to go like look back there. That's crazy. Okay, so deep root depth. We're at kind of its natural conclusion. It's going to take 60. No, 59. Yeah, 59 of these stored runes. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, no, 58. I was super close. And I believe we can craft one of these back, losing about 500 runes in this process. All right. Incredible.
Share them with me. Your thoughts.
Okay, so welcome to Fia's Champions. Fia's Champions there are 3 of them. I believe you fight them one-on-one, and then you fight them 3 at a time. This fight can take a while, so I'm gonna wait before we put ourselves into it. We're gonna find some things to talk about for a few minutes. I know, I would like to be wiping face to them too, but well, we've really reached the pinnacle, haven't we? And the pinnacle demands full attention and not an interruption midway. Well, no, because the major shill is coming up. The combined shill is coming up again. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. So, how have people's weeks been generally? I would say mine's okay. I'm feeling like I'm doing pretty well on the report card. You know, in terms of things that people have asked me to do or look at. I've got a new, you know, you guys saw the new shill earlier. It's a little bit longer, but it takes care of everything at once. You know, I upgraded it from my voice and some graphics to, you know, my body and some graphics. Minor upgrade, but upgrade nonetheless. I feel pretty good about it. It took me a little bit longer than I would have liked to get the new shill, but you know, the new shill is here. I hope people like it more than the old shill. What else? Still working on tutorial stuff with Godot. Just trying to get that done. I'm kind of recounting my week so far. I started Godot tutorials. I put a picture of I can actually probably show this. I put a picture of that into the picture club. Right there. Ta-da! Right there. I followed a tutorial and managed to make one platforming level. I learned some basics with Godot. Feeling pretty excited about that. I'm looking forward to learning some more stuff and getting my footing in for making. I'm gonna try my hand at this thing with Godot and like other software. I'm looking forward to it. It's something new to engross myself into, and that will hopefully, allow me to do something with my life.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to CoinStand. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about, you'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
Thank you guys for putting up with that and putting up with me. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. In about 4 minutes from now, maybe a bit closer to 3 minutes, actually, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam here that will read for 3 minutes. That's not only how long the break is, but how many minutes of ads will be served up to you. I wish I didn't have to serve that many, but it's the only way I get an actual real stretch break in, among other things. So I highly encourage everyone to, take a stretch break for themselves. Take a stretch break for themselves. Or find something else to do during those 3 minutes. Because I promise you, none of us here like ads. I do this, in part, the reason I structure this way is so people don't feel encouraged to sub to get out of a shitty experience. People sub because they, like my work, or like what I do, or like the community, and they want to contribute. They want to, they're being generous. I don't like it when people feel compelled to give money. I hate that. So I don't play into that. I don't play into that. I don't play into FOMO. FOMO sucks. FOMO's a feel bad. So, that's why I structure it this way. But, spend your time however you want. I'm no one's judge. no one's arbiter of how the time must be spent. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned to my seat. The ads should have stopped playing, and we will be picking right back up where we left off. I look forward to Fia's Champions, among other things. It's a fun fight. It's frustrating, but it's not. It's challenging in a fun way. It isn't the boss that we're going to be dealing with next on the list. That boss is both fun but a real piece of work. He's mean. He is way meaner in Reforged. He's an actual proper boss. But not too much more to say than that. You know, in less than 30 seconds, I expect the commercial break to be coming up soon. So please sit tight, or find yourself something to do, and hopefully we will be done with it before you know it. With that, I guess I'll, see you guys after the break. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I was just I got a little bit sucked into what I was doing. I was just checking to make sure that the quest lines we were doing have continued or aren't going to be interrupted by what we're about to do, but they're not. We need to do this step first. So I will look at our chat real quick, and I do not see anyone. So let's get right into it. Let's just say, actually, we probably want the close range version. We're not going to get the time to cast Frenzied Burst. I already know this, so we should use the Flame of Frenzy instead. We're never going to find time to cast those spells. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. Let's do some summoning. Maybe. I think we can summon while we're here. Look at this huge place. But alas, I do not believe we are alone. I think there's something else we're gonna have to do first. Hold on. I'm gonna have to, like, really concentrate here. I wish he would leave me alone for 5 seconds. But this is kind of like, what if a PvP fight were a PvE fight? Yep, you do not have time to, you know, do usual stuff. Let me catch up on chat before I continue, because I know there was a message earlier. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Quine, I have had the Super Mario Galaxy movie 4K Blu-ray and the Super Mario Galaxy movie 4K Steelbook pre-ordered for exactly 2 months and 2 days now." Nice. Counting down the time until until you receive it, until you get it at your doorstep, right? Trying to think of how exactly I want to go about this. I actually probably feel I have to aggro him, like, right away with Kristoff. Mr. Jason says there's no confirmed release date yet, sadly. Ah, I see. Yeah. That would probably do it. Still, I'm based on the footage we've seen so far, you know, here's to hoping that that it's coming along rather nicely. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. And then be careful and kind of let Kristoff take aggro back. But watch out for the counter. Oh my goodness, that is rough. Nice. Yeah, I was afraid of exactly this moment. Okay, I know another champion is coming. Okay, that's 2. I believe there's now a 3 count. Yeah, there sure is. Oof. And I know that they're gonna like de-aggro from him eventually. So I need to like wait. Nice. Bye. Oh, I do believe I died once, so 1 second. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is still surprised that he is not the richest in Pokemon Legends Z8 Nintendo Switch 2 edition, good sir. Do you grind it every day, good sir? Because if you don't, I could certainly see how. You know, games like live, not live service, it's not live service, but Pokemon has like has like a niche following community. You really want to you really got to be dedicated if you want to keep up with the people in there. Mr. Jason says, to be the richest, I need 3 million more Poké Dollars. Does it perturb you enough that you want to do something about it, good sir? Meanwhile, this one's pretty important conversation. I'm gonna wink out the overlay for this.
There you are. I knew you would come. What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways, like the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order? You are an odd one. I am the guardian of those who live in death. They call me a foul and rotten witch. Yet you still wish to be held by me?
Yes, I wish to be held. Mr. Jason says, I don't know, good sir. The DLC, well, not bad, kind of put me off the game. Yeah, I've seen some discourse about that online. Yeah, I've heard the DLC kind of left a bad taste in people's mouths. Just it felt kind of lazy and underperforming on purpose.
Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. When Godwyn died, a Hallowbrand scored his flesh, but another exists. Another mark in the shape of the half-wheel wound of the centipede, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. My hands will be dirtied once more by the deed. Will you still let me hold you, even then? This is the other Hallowbrand. How did you... Oh, my utmost thanks. With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead and claim a second, illustrious life. You are our true champion. And though I can't be of any use to you, can I hold you tight? If only for a moment.
Yes, mommy. Hold me tight. Give me the radiant Baldakin's blessing.
I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord. I will soon lay with Godwyn to conceive my child, the rune. Brandish my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
So, first, let's use the Baldakin blessing we know. And then let's look at our new find. The Radiant Baldakin's Blessing. Uses FP to temporarily boost poise. It is said a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life. The soul blessing which she imbues of her own volition. We get a perma poise boost on an item, which is more powerful than you might think. I don't intend to use it, but I kind of take it as the sign of the covenant of my lady. You know, Fia. She is the ending that we are shooting for. The ending for those who live in death. I'm quite fond of it. I'm quite fond of it. We're gonna keep going and we're gonna talk to her. I think we have to talk to her a couple of times. Because something quite horrible will happen.
This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me, and I will bear a child who will inherit your warmth too. What greater blessing could there be but to be born a deathbed companion? This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with, and I will bear who will inherit. What greater blessing?
If we never advance this quest beyond this point, she'll be here forever. Amidst the flies, the filth, death, and you can hug Mama forever. It should be worth noting that I believe this is like the last time you get a Baldakin's blessing from her. So if you want, the equip load boost, it's not very much, but if you wanted the equip load boost, that is how you would get it. That said, I kind of need my health. I need all of my health. I need it. I need all of it. And then, alas, she is gone. She's gone. Her corpse is moving, but she's dead. She has already passed from life to death. And we have probably one of my favorite pieces of music and a favorite fight among all the boss fights there is. I'm not even particularly sure that what we're about to do is going to help us in the long term. I just don't foresee it happening. Thank you for the redemption, Marioma. Welcome back. If you ever need to just that is what the scream board is for. Let me see. I'm curious as to what sound I get because it's random. It pulls from a list or a folder containing different screams. I'll find it. Perfect enter arc music. Too true. Too true. Where is this? Here. Yeah, I had to find it in my panel here. See? Perfect sounds. Oh, okay. Are we ready? Let's do this. Here is to the first, but many, many, many deaths against, Fortisax himself. See everyone then. And yes, we do have to load in each time. Oh, no. I think oh, no. Nope, that's not correct. No, I just realized what happened. I needed to do something else. Oops. I'm worried about wherever this is going. I guess we're gonna find out. Yep, I was afraid of that. Nope, hold on. Head back. Don't touch summon gates, coin. Come on. Don't enter those. Oh. I wonder if other quests advanced as a result of that, though. Yuck. Enter the deathbed dream. Here we go. This is the correct one. I will save you from your nightmares, Fia. Maybe. Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah, summons don't really do well here because of just all the persistent area of effect things. All of the persistent area of effect stuff. Yeah, so I have to do this without... I might be able to pull off a summon here, but it's got to be Latenna. She's the only one that'll stay put while I tank. I'm gonna be running around like a chicken with my head cut off during this. But actually, Rain of Fire was doing pretty good there, all things considered. Summon her here.
Oh, and don't forget to aim.
Thank you. I appreciate the good luck. Too early. Yep. I ran into the wall. Thanks for the votes of confidence, guys. We will beat him, but it's gonna take some time. He's hard. He's a legit hard boss. And when I fought him the first time, I wasn't using this seal. I wasn't using the catalyst here. I was using an actual bona fide seal with way worse spell scaling. This one is far better for what we're doing. But it's definitely a rough ride. I hope everyone enjoys the music. The Lich Dragon Fortisex is Lich Dragon Fortisex has got some music that slaps really hard. Really hard. It's one of my favorite tracks.
Oh, and don't forget to aim.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Uh-oh. Ron. This is a bad time to drink. Do not do that. Okay, got him. He took me 120 deaths last time. Oh. Okay, we've exited the dream. And now we get to do the other quest. Or we get to start progressing the other quest. But first, beforehand, we pick up the thing we need for the ending. The Mending Rune of the Death Prince. Rune gestated by Fia, the Deathbed Companion. Thank you for the GGs and the good luck, by the way, everybody. I really appreciate that. Used to restore the fractured Elden ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. Formed of the two Hallowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. Yeah, that's right. The souls being reborn over and over and over again from the Erd Tree is unnatural. So this ending is a restoration of nature, of the natural cycle of life and death. I like it a lot. We have not hit the end of the game yet. For the record, we have a long way to go, but we have obtained everything we need to get the ending of our choice in the game. If we can get other endings, great, because we get to pick which one. But yeah, 100K is insane. We get to pick the ending we want. Hold on.
Take a good long look. See the wrath of the Golden Order, the Order's justice writ in blood. This is what's become of your precious witch. Naught but expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more children can be got from this useless flesh. Behold, your mother is dead. This is revenge, you witch, and you ghoul. This is the wrath of D.
He said the thing. He said multiple things.
Behold, your mother is dead.
Now, it sounds like he did an awful thing. Like, oh, he killed Mommy. He killed Mommy Fia. But understand, Mommy Fia did awful things. She killed someone. She killed someone to get what she needed to get. Fia is not perfect. She is not blameless. And by the time she's dead, to be quite honest, she's not even needed. She's served her purpose. She gave us her child, the Mending Rune of the Death Prince. We have our legacy now, and there is nothing, not even a justified revenge killing, because the person Fia killed wasn't just any person. It was this man's brother. Like the twin brothers Darian and Devin. I'm pretty sure in the files it's revealed that is the other D that you meet at the beginning of the game. That's his name. So I totally get where D, Beholder of Death, is coming from. To him, this is catharsis. It is absolute catharsis. I could understand his revenge.
Hello. The rotten witch is dead. The Golden Order unsullied. Now I can look my brother Darian in the eye.
Sorry, we met Darian earlier.
Deliver my spirit.
And the brother we're looking at here is Devon.
Darian, now I have no regrets. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit. Darian, now I have...
I like the fact that in Elden Ring, and all of this is regular. The mod does not touch the quests whatsoever. Darian is, or I'm sorry, Devon. This is Devon we're looking at. In order for him to even find his justice, at the beginning of the game, we needed to help Dee find the mark of the centipede. We needed to talk to Rogier and determine who was responsible for the Night of the Black Knives. We needed to go join the service of Ronnie the Witch, another demigod, to get access to her former corpse that she herself discarded with the death mark on it. We needed to fight General Radon and get him to open up the entrance to Nokron by killing him because he was stopping a meteor, which he was stopping the destiny of the stars itself. We needed to do all of that just to get here, just for all these events to take place. I like that two quests like this are so... I like that actually multiple quests, when you think about it, are this deeply entrenched. Marioma says, absolute cinema. Intended. It is intended cinema, and it is glorious. It is glorious to behold. And at the end, when Devon is done and he's gotten his revenge, we finally get the twinned set back, because we had to give it to him in order for him to become the Beholder of Death, for Devon to take up his brother's garb and become the man that Darian never could be, because Darian was too busy assisting Garank, the beast clergyman. Oh, Elden Ring is a glorious game. A very, very glorious game. Intended to write Simina? Absolute Simina. That's what I meant. Okay. I figured maybe that was a misspell, but I mean, Simina, cinema, Simina. Yeah, that's kind of parses out to about the same thing at the end of the day, right? Now we have first, I guess I'm gonna poke around for a rune piece. I don't think there are any here, but I do not put it past Kernifer to find a rune piece like that. I do not put it past him to leave one here, like toward the end, where maybe it might go tucked away and out of notice. And I believe we get some spells we can't use as a reward for turning in Fortisax's remembrance. Now, a bit of a lore dump. So Godwyn, when he was alive, he was considered to sort of be the Elden Lord incarnate after Godfrey. That was he took after Godfrey's lineage, and he had a dragon as a companion. That dragon's name was Fortisax. When Godwyn was killed, you know, by Ronnie, who set up the Night of the Black Knives, where she sent her assassins out to kill him and to orchestrate the events of the Shattering, or to help in their orchestration, I should say. Fortisax never left Godwyn. He stayed by Godwyn's side, and unfortunately, Fortisax became corrupted. Fortisax literally turned undead. That's why he's called a Lich Dragon. Lich is the moniker given to the undead who are unnaturally turned that way. Which I think is just such a metal thing, is this dragon has such an undying respect for Godwyn that rather than leave him after he was unjustly murdered, he stayed, and he tried to help Godwyn resist his corruption, or tried to help Godwyn's corpse resist this corruption, but the power of death is an incredibly strong thing. And so instead, Fortisax himself succumbed to corruption, turning him undead. Very, very romantic, poetic story. They weren't lovers or anything. They were more like deep friends, or like they had a deep friendship. We're done here in the Deep Root Depths. I think next we're headed this way, and we're going to be taking a coffin over to the Ainsel River, because that is how we get there, is this coffin right here. Marioma says, what do you think about a redeem that makes a sound bit of Stan Pines from a cartoon called Gravity Falls saying, yes, burn the child? I will not explain what happened in that episode. I don't know. I'm not really... My sibling likes Gravity Falls. Maybe I'll consider... I'll definitely consider it. If you're part of the Discord, you're more than welcome to leave that... like that in the content suggestions. You're welcome to leave some feedback. I'm free to consider it or not. 1 second. Cutscene time. Ah, yes. Magical runes on the way up. Just use physics on the way down. It'll totally be fine. Wahoo! Yeah, where's the Miss Frizzle sound effect when I need it? Maybe that is definitely one I should consider. I like a Mario Wahoo. That's gonna get copywritten to high hell, but maybe Miss Frizzle will work out a lot better. We'll see. Well, you guys wanted to know where this was? For those that may have been asking earlier this week or in the past month. Hi. Yes, welcome to the upper section of the Ainsel River. There was a tunnel that led back into this main area right here. Nobody could, like, there was no way up this waterfall. Yeah, that's how, this is how you get here. And boy, oh boy, is it the start of Ronnie's quest line part 2. Part 1 was just getting the, like, was getting the finger severing blade from the city, the Nokron, the Eternal City. this is like that quest could be followed very easily. This second quest, you really have to go out of your way to find it. Miniature Ronnie. Doll resembling Ronnie the witch. From head to toe, every detail is perfect. This unresponsive doll seems pleasantly cool. Yeah, seems pleasant. You know, someone even say, you know, she resembles a certain Disney character. If you tinted her skin blue. If you know, you know. Otherwise, I will not dredge up the dregs of cringe into the chat. And I say this as someone whose siblings have watched, whose sibling has watched Frozen, whose mom has watched Frozen. They sing along with it every chance they get because they like the movie. And no disrespect. Talk to Miniature Ronnie. Oh, I like how this gets an icon too. That's cool. We'll try talking to dolls a few times.
Oh, a dogged fellow, aren't we? Or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls? Fine. Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise. But now the cat is out the bag. I cannot allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
What?
Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
How have I sullied your name? I literally helped you, woman. Stop. I literally helped you. I helped you achieve your aims in the first half of this quest. Ronnie be tripping. That's what's going on. Ronnie be tripping some whatever herbs she found down here to smoke. I want them. I want them because this hostility is absolutely unwarranted. But I guess first, before we deal with that, I wanted to at least make it there today. We need to turn in this remembrance. We need to get the I don't think the spells are useful, so I think it's going to end up being starlight shards, but I'm going to double check. No equipment. Okay. Briar gauntlets. Worn by Elmer of the Briar. Oh, that's cool. We get his set for killing him. Yeah, occasionally come back to Finger Reader Enya and check. You might be surprised at what you find. What are we getting? Lightning Spear, Death Lightning, and a Starlight token. I guess I will take the Starlight token. And we have room for another spell. What spell should I get? I guess I could show off this neat feature too. Did not mean to do that. That's fine. We could just teleport back to the Gilded Court this way. So there's a really cool altar in the Chapel of Anticipation called the Altar of Anticipation. It normally does nothing in vanilla. It's just a statue. But Reforged has an ability to get gear ahead of schedule by paying in starlight shards. You get some for various things in the game. You get some for filling up codex entries, another Reforged mechanic. You get some for sorry, did I not? Oh, I must have already turned this in. Okay. I see what's going on. You get some for let's see, not just the codex. You can sometimes find some in ruins just naturally. And other times you need to do more specific things. A cryptic Lord Contender. He opens our eyes to the false luster of gold. Please become Elden Lord. Wait, what? What? I'm sorry? This statue changed. Wait, that's a statue of me. Why? Okay.
Useless flesh.
Thank you for the redemption. Much appreciated. I mean, you know, we all have useless flesh at the end of the day. You know, we won't be allowed to take our bodies with us into heaven. Or, you know, wherever you seek to go in the afterlife, if people even believe in that sort of thing. I do, so, you know, c'est la vie, but not everyone does. Even so, you can't take your flesh with you when you pass.
Greetings, are you here for...
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
We do take commercial breaks around here. This is the last one actually, for the day. And then, you know, we'll end at 5. We'll end at about an hour and 5 minutes from now. In the next 4 minutes, there will be a timer that appears to the left of my webcam. It'll read for 3 minutes. That's how long the ad break is and how many ads are served up. I wish I didn't have to serve 3 minutes of ads, but it's the only way I get a reasonable stretch break while also, you know, batting away the pre-roll. I wish Twitch didn't make things this way, but it is what it is. I recommend everyone stretch during that time rather than look at ads, you know, if you don't use an ad blocker or something. Or otherwise you pay for a Twitch subscription, or Twitch Turbo. I recommend finding something to do during those 3 minutes. That'll make your time pass so much faster. That said, I'm not the arbiter of your time. Do whatever you wish. Once those 3 minutes are up, I should have returned from my stretch break. The ads should be over. And we can pick right back up where we left off, among other things. So I do need to upgrade this eventually. Yeah, okay. It's time to try to start moving toward toward the Mimic tier and like Kristoff here. And then I believe we still have enough hard runes for a level, along with some lost ashes. What are we gonna get today? Are we gonna get what we need? Decaying, smoldering. Yeah, no, nothing useful. Dagnabbit. Yeah, awful. Just awful. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Let's sell the hard runes then. I'm sure we'll get some kind of reward for it. And I think maybe one more 2K. Yeah, that should get us the level up we need. And then when we come back, we'll start going into the deep root, or not deep root depths, into the top half of Ainsel River. And that ought to be fun. I hope everyone's had fun today, or that you've been entertained. I do apologize for the quiet half of the second stream. I don't think I've been too particularly quiet today, other than like the boss fights themselves, but the boss fights themselves are the spectacle, like, come on. Fortisax was fun. I remember struggling so hard against him because I had a completely different weapon at the time. That it went much better with a spell that actually works for you. Rain of Fire was a huge lift during that fight and made it just so much more bearable. I could kind of like passively watch the boss and wait for openings to cast, rather than having to balance doing like being an active caster versus dodging every 5 seconds. I'm glad you think so, Marioma. I'm glad you think so. It's not every day that I'm honored with an audience that enjoys this sort of thing. It's not every day I'm honored with a sentence like that. So thank you. Oh, stretchy stretch. Oh, I need to take a bona fide stretch. But speaking of, see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I had a couple of things I had to bump into during the break that I had to take care of. Let's catch up with our chats here, and then we will continue onward. I do hope everyone had a wonderful commercial break, wonderful stretch break, doing anything but looking at ads. Welcome on in, Alan. Good to see you. My apologies for having missed your messages earlier. You came in right when the ad break had started, is my guess. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Alan says, don't know what this sort of thing is, but I'm here. Welcome to Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only. Routing, my goal is to using only spells that deal fire damage or only spell and any utility spell I want. Go through the game without dying once, and all the content, all of it. It's 100% the challenge run, along with some extra stuff sprinkled in. And the routing part means I'm doing the scouting to determine what I'm gonna struggle with most during the real run when we get ready to do it. Welcome back as well, Mr. Jason. Alan says, why do I hate myself? I love Elden Ring. I'm a masochist. I can't hate myself. Not really. But yes, I'm very aware that what I'm doing is strenuous. That's sort of the point. The spectacle of the thing is supposed to be entertaining, you know, among other things, along with Backlog Friday, when we do that. So not tomorrow, but the day after will be some Super Mario Odyssey. So if you want to see me not hate myself quite as much, well, there you go. But I think we've kind of hit our stride for the time being. We haven't died to do too terribly much. The last thing I even died to was 2 attempts at Fortisax, and that was just to figure out, you know, what the heck I was supposed to do. Tomorrow you're going to the beach with some friends. Nice, nice. Is it a same day like visit? Or are you like staying a couple of days at the beach with friends? Just curious. Oh, I need to recalibrate my spells again. I totally messed that up. Yeah, actually doing this was kind of pointless because I was just going to end up having to redo things anyway. Where is this? Here. Alan says we live right next to it, like 2 towns over. Right, right. What I mean is, you know, I realize you can go there and back, but I mean, are you gonna stay 2 towns over, or is this like a same day trip? You get there, hang out with your friends, and head back, that kind of thing. Again, merely curious. Let's fix these spells, because I need a lot more than what we were carrying. No, I'm missing one, and that is one of these. And then we have the heal. I want to say that we also have I definitely want to say we also have like debuffs we gotta cleanse, like poison or something. Alan says, nah, we're coming back. Gotcha. Understood. So yeah, it's a same day trip.
Perform for eliminate the name of I will not.
I hope that trip goes well. I hope you find fun stuff to do at the beach. You know, swim. Maybe there's like a restaurant or some street food on the port somewhere. You know, maybe there's some eye candy to look at. that would all be nice stuff. You see both the best and the worst out on the beach. At least people have to be decent on the beach. People can't like just strip down to the johns. You got to go to a special beach for that. And I can't say that the experience of that kind of beach would be particularly welcomed. From what I hear from other people and even friends that I've had like go to one of these, it's just kind of, yeah, it's kind of a nondescript thing at the beach, except people don't wear clothes, but they do still have to mind children, although you are discouraged from bringing children to these sorts of places. Really? Not because people are weird at the beaches or at those types of beaches or anything, but just there are certain things you just should not expose children to. And not every parent is ready to handle that. Oh my goodness. Wither to Stell, let's go. I probably have to avoid this thing for right now. Welcome on in, Ball Shack. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. But I hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. You've come in at a good time. We got finished with doing some post Lich Dragon Fortisax stuff, having only died twice. It was an awesome fight to behold. Completed 2 quest lines, got an ending. Yeah, in fact, got the thing we need for the end of the game with the ending we're gonna pick for it. All that fun stuff. Alan says, I love that name. Man of culture, I see. Yeah, you know, all sorts. Oh, I forgot he does that. Mr. Jason says Suremu is fighting Bongo Bongo, and since Suremu said that he doesn't mind as he enjoys it, I entered Troll Creator mode. I said, I don't know, how have you defeated all of my servants' minions so far? But this silly little adventure of yours ends now. What are you? That's right out of the. That's like something a Spyro villain might say, Mr. Jason. You realize how corny that is? I mean, it's funny. It's funny. Don't get me wrong. That is funny. You know, please do keep it up. But it does totally sound like something a Spyro villain would say, or like a villain right out of Skylanders. Who here has seen or played like Skylanders? I've at least seen it. And I mean like the Skylander games, where you put the little action figures. You have little figures you can scan onto the screen. It's kind of it's like a toy and a video game combined into one. Of course, future Skylanders like kind of drop that whole mechanic, but still. Okay, I don't see any, so I'm gonna kind of like stand back over here and write this Estelle into the entry because it's required. I mean, everything is, but you get my point. We are back in the mode of Would You Rather. Who here has also played Would You Rather? I have played it a couple of times. Most of the time I get asked nonsense. But sometimes on the sites that host like a Would You Rather, I get asked some pretty compelling things. Some rather colorful things, I should say. Would I rather visit Brazil or Tibet? I'd go for Brazil. Even though Brazilians kind of like generally hate American guts, I would still want to go there. Bolshek says, I only care about would you rather visit questions. Fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't say that to like call anyone out or anything. It was just your question made me think of, you know, the actual would you rather. And so I said it for that reason. Bolshek says, I do Brazil. And Aelin also says Brazil. I don't know. I guess. Uh-oh. I gotta be extra careful. No, stop. These guys kind of have to be handled from a distance. And I gotta mind the Estelle's position. Okay. Okay. Might be all right. How? That angle was really weird, but okay. That's fine. Bolshek says you can never call me out. I only speak truths and riddles. Are you a Sphinx? Are you a Sphinx, good sir? Because Sphinxes speak in truths and riddles. Some of them are quite sinister, and others are rather others are like beautiful and graceful to look at. They're both male and female Sphinxes. They all kind of behave the same way. I read source material that typically treats the Sphinx in a more neutral manner. It's neither good nor bad. It kind of just is. Yeah, that spell is definitely not going to work here. I wonder about this spell too. Okay, I might even be able to cast it from over here. Bolshek says, would you rather go Greece or France? Probably Greece. Gets me closer to Italy. I've had a couple instructors that are from Greece. They've told me it's kind of a beautiful land to look at. Bolshek says, I'm Team France. I would be if it weren't for, you know, the geopolitics. Now, maybe absent geopolitics, for me, it would be a coin flip. But currently, the French do not like us very much, or do not like Americans very much. You know, other countries make a, you know, that relationship is different. They have better bread. They have better cheese. They have better food. They really care about their food. France is not the only country to do this, of course, but the French really, really care about the integrity of their food. And I really like that about them. Alan says, France. I want to eat frogs, and they actually taste good. You've had a frog before, Aelin. Like legs or something. That's game over for you, Withered Estelle. Bolshek says, I didn't want to make this about cheese in front of me. I appreciate that, but you know, I like cheese. See, here's the thing about me. I don't dislike cheese. I love cheese. I just wish I could have it or have more of it without pain. I'm not going to experience FOMO because people want to talk about cheese. Yeah, I get you, Bolshak. Aelin says, yeah, I used to live near a Cajun place. Now, interestingly enough, supposedly, if you're lactose intolerant, like me, there is actually a way you can eat, like, dairy cheese and be okay. It can't just be any cheese, though. It can't be any cheese. If you want minimal issues with, with cheese, as someone who's lactose intolerant, you got to have the aged stuff. Why? Because the aged cheese has gotten more of the lactose taken out of it, so it doesn't affect it. Aged cheese doesn't affect me as much. Of course, aged cheese is expensive, so you know, if you can't get it, then you just learn to deal without it, right? Balshek says Cajun food is good from what I've had. I generally like Cajun. And then Balshek asks, how many U.S. states have I visited, Koino? Let's see. South Carolina. I have visited North Carolina, Georgia. I have visited Texas. I used to live in Maryland for a while. So I visited Virginia and Maryland. And that was when I was a really, really young kid, mind you. And then outside of that, I'm sure there maybe are one or two other states, but for the most part, my journey has consisted of Virginia, like Virginia, Maryland, Georgia, South Carolina, and like a small stint in Texas. No Florida. The only time I would have been able to visit Florida would be if I had actually attended my grandmother on my mother's side. If I had attended her funeral was in St. Petersburg, where my mother's family originally immigrated from. I would have been to Florida then, but I couldn't handle it as a kid. I still can't really deal with death now, but that's a bucket of different worms. Marioma says, dude, I didn't even visit the pyramids, and that is in my own country. Or are you Egyptian? I think Egypt is not the only place to have pyramids, but I'm pretty sure the other structures are... oh god, I'm forgetting what the name of them is. Ziggurats. Yeah, that's it. Ziggurats. Some are bona fide pyramids. Some are actually ziggurats. And there's not like a super easy way to tell the difference. Balshek says grunge has only been to one American state. That's fair. Hey, look, travel is hard. And travel is expensive these days. Travel is really expensive. This is a bad time to try to like leave the country or go anywhere. Everyone is on an anti-tourism. Everyone's on an anti-tourism or like a pro-nativist stance right now. And Americans in particular just, rightfully so, in my opinion, are being heckled and harangued out of institutions. Some places in Mexico are charging like 300 additional dollars just to have Americans in there. Balshek says I've not been to Texas, but I've been in the Carolinas and I'm in Georgia famously. Yeah, they're fun states. Georgia has some beautiful mountains, and Central Georgia in particular is kind of beautiful to look at. It's cooler than you would think out there, but yeah. Aelin says I think I've visited 17 if I'm counting right. Wow, that is quite the visit. That is quite the visit. A lot of the states I've been to have been because I've moved around. I'm the son of a military retiree, so we did we moved around a handful of times. Balshek says tons of places have near pyramids. Mexico, and if we're being this general about it, Peru, Brazil, some of the jungles in the Americas have some, yeah, that kind of thing. We love to build pyramids, or We long to build pyramids. I don't know. I could do without them. I don't see the appeal of the structure, but I get why. Bolshek says Grunge went to Florida as a child and said he would never return to this cursed place. I could see why. If it isn't the people, it's the environment. Alan says I want to go to the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. Let's not invoke every building as a pyramid secretly. The most exotic building I want to be in is a dome, and that's about it. Bolshek says this is a pro-natalist stream. We love birthing babies. I mean, I'm relatively pro-natalist, I guess. I don't necessarily chill about that. I don't promote it because I know that everyone has like a differing view on it. But yes, I am pro-natalist. Human societies don't change unless, you know, we keep the generations going. Like, and if we don't do that, we are choosing to self-terminate as a species. And that's kind of the thing that makes us the most human, actually, is the ability to operate against our own self-interest. That is like that is the most free will thing you can ever do. Bolshek says I'm joking about you saying natalist on accident, not making a political statement. I hear you. I figured that was a joke. I just used that statement as a means to wax about something for a minute. Helen says, well, it's Florida. It's the penis of the U.S. Oh no, we're doing the pedantic semantic discourse, aren't we? I can see some of the later statements here. Bolshek says, is the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid in Vegas? Never mind, I looked it up. Vegas has a few pyramids. I think modern day pyramids, though, like I know France has has something like that. In Paris, where you can look through the pyramid and you can see someone's tomb in there. I forget what that is, but I know it's there, and it's pyramid shaped. Alan says, well, to be fair, I drove through all the East Coast to move up here. Fair. Bolshek says Nick Cage has a pyramid he built for his own tomb in Vegas. Ah, the vanity of the celebrities. Yuck. As a waste of cash. But it's Nick Cage. He's allowed to do what he wants. We're all allowed our freedom. Bolshek says the pyramid is fundamental human symbolism. Yeah. It's worshipping sun gods, ultimately. That's like the huge origin of it. Bolshek says a dome is a round pyramid. It doesn't have a vertex. It's not a pyramid. What? What is this geometric slander that I'm hearing in here? Aelin says every food is a soup, salad, or sandwich. Lots of things are. There's some things that are not. Bolshek says I got donut holes. A slice of toast isn't a sandwich. Donut holes are good. A slice of toast is in fact not a sandwich. It is toast. Toast sandwiches exist. Yes, I have peanut butter and banana on toast. Actually, it's pretty good. I put some cinnamon sugar in there. Just warm, gooey peanut butter with bananas in the middle. Yum. It's really delicious. Bolshek says one slice of toast. Yeah, not toast sandwiches are a thing, but not just one slice of toast. Bolshek goes on to say, well, yeah, they're modern pyramids, but ancient pyramids were once new as well, so I don't judge. Yeah, that's true. We derive the concept from somewhere. Aelin says there's bread in between. I see. Not toast serving as bread. You mean a toast sandwich. To each their own, is what I have to say about that. Bolshek says, yeah, it's Nick Cage. Cut him some slack. There are worse people. out in the world. And Nick Cage is pretty nice as far as I can tell. He seems to be a nice guy. Bolshek says, well, pyramids are like spirals. Spirals and pyramids are huge worldwide symbolism. Yes. Yeah, that is true. Because they are a singular point broadening into multiplicity. Yeah, now we're getting into the philosophical stuff. Shapes are hugely a symbolic thing. Bolshek says, is a donut hole a salad, a sandwich, or a soup? It's neither. It's none of those. Let's see. Bolshek says, Euros love things on bread not covered by another bit of bread. I could believe that. Like, yeah, half a sandwich. I mean, bread is fattening. Bread fills up in your stomach quick. And these are just a few things I can think of. I'd actually have to hear European, any European, it doesn't matter which country they're from. I'd have to hear someone talk about that. Bolshek says, what's my favorite Sando coin? Oh, a sandwich? That's a tough question because I like lots of sandwiches. Maybe like a hoagie roll, like something served in a hoagie roll, like a Philly cheesesteak. Yeah, I generally like those with like the onions, the peppers and stuff. Yeah. And then favorite Thanksgiving side, cranberry chutney or stuffing. I like both. Those are easy ones. If people are wondering what the heck I am doing, I am attempting to find rune pieces is what I am doing here. I think these are the madness ones. Yeah, they are. These are the ones that spread madness. Alan says they like baked mac and cheese. My sibling would get along with you very well. They also like baked mac and cheese. Which is incredible. Bolshek says stuffing or mac. Donuts or fritters. Oh, we're moving really quick now. I also have to pay attention to make sure I'm not dying. Really, Miranda Flower? Get out of here. Marioma says not much eats toast in Egypt because toast is expensive. I imagine kind of hard to come by too. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Most countries in the Middle East, we mostly eat, because of culture, eat another kind of bread. Yeah, I've heard of that. That is, for once, making you full after eating and not finishing the toast bag in the same night and still being hungry. But I tried it. And I actually also like eating it without anything. Miranda Flower, stop this. Get help. You have to keep these things on fire so that they are predictable. Too bad these things don't bleed. And there are more sprouts. Wow. This game really does not want me to conversate much. Does it? There we go. Now our area is more or less free. Let me... Thanks for the redemption. Feel free to check out any and all of those. Some of these are borderline more on screams than they do sexy sounds. And they are just sounds, for the record. I'm trying to think what bread is typically eaten over in those places. I know it exists, but I'm forgetting the name. Bolshak asks, favorite donut type? Like stuffed. filled with jelly. Yeah, a pita. It's kind of like a pita, like a crumbly pita, that kind of thing. I'm just forgetting what the precise name for it is. It's like a nice flatbread, because they don't really have much to make the other kind of bread with, to my understanding. Aelin says, no one cares about Elden Ring. We need to debate on if things are a sandwich, salad, or soup. Naan bread. But naan is Indian. That's not quite the same. But that is a good guess. That is a good guess. Marioma says, normal ADHD conversation be like, too true. That's real. That's very real. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what it is. I could Google it, but I feel like I would insult Marioma if I did that, because you can't even really rely on Google being correct these days. Yes, you can use -AI. It doesn't matter. They're still going to try to sell you on naan bread. Never mind the fact that it's Indian, not what would normally pass for or be bread in Egypt. What the heck is that? Oh yeah, you can't really deal with those. Those are just those are like gravitational crystals. You can't really deal with those. Oh, then how the heck do you get up here then? What the heck is all this? Marioma says, oh, so Arabic bread is called pita in English? I'm unsure. You go on to say, after Googling it, yeah, it's similar to this. It's like you, over in that area of the world, it is hard. My understanding is that it is hard to have the supplies to make, like what we in the West would consider normal bread. Normal bread for us and normal bread for you are very different. Hold on. Let me make sure I've not missed something. Bolshek says blueberry fritter is actually the national flatbread of Egypt. Really? Alan says I looked it up and it said Aish Baladi. Makes sense. And I probably butchered it just for saying it. Bolshek says pita is basically our word for Arabic bread. Or, well, it's not our word. The word comes from Greek. That makes sense. This Eric Aish Baladi. And I'm probably I should stop saying words I'm not sure the pronunciation's on, or be unafraid to whip out the Google and hear the word, hear those words and how they're said. For although I am a man of letters, I am not necessarily a man of pronunciations. I often, because of mucosal drip, it is hard for me to talk. Sometimes. I get real throaty when I want to say a word. Bolshek says Aish Baladi is blueberry fritter in Arabic. Ah, understood. Alan says bread is good. Bread is good. A nice warm ciabatta. Ah. Or soft pretzel with like the salt and the butter. Mmm. Delicious. I'm looking forward to stir fry now. I am now salivating for the stir fry I know I'll be having for dinner. Bolshak, have I already asked you if you like pecan pie? You have not. But yes, I generally like pecan pie. I prefer pumpkin, but I'll take a nice pecan. They're different enough. Alan says, did you watch that video explaining how bread is the most important human invention? I probably have not watched whatever it is. I've probably not watched that particular video, no. Marioma says the A is a letter as a placeholder for the real Arabic letter. Right, that makes sense because you guys talk with a lighter accent, but we have a much harder accent. Yeah. That definitely checks out. Then I'm not surprised I'm butchering it. Bolshek says soft pretzel is a mall classic. I know, right? It's so soft pretzels. I could go for some soft pretzels. Bolshek says, do you put ice cream or whipped cream with your pie? Neither. That is I'm not trying to be third wheel. That is my genuine answer. I usually eat pie by itself. I do not. I can eat ice cream with pie. I don't dislike the combinations or anything. I just, if I'm. Whoa, neither. That's not a third option. That's rebuking my question. And Aylin's like, wait, but why not both? I don't know. I don't really have a good answer to this. I'm sorry that that's a rebuke of the question. And I have had both. I just don't have a preference. I kind of see ice cream and even whipped cream, right? Well, okay, whipped cream is a condiment. It's not a dessert. Now, I've had whipped cream and ice cream together, but not like ice cream and pie. I've never willingly chosen that. Marioma says, guys, we're moving to too many conversations. Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. I can't. I'm struggling to keep up a little bit here. Speaking of, we're adding another one to the pile. Bolshek says, I've done both with gusto and prefer French vanilla ice cream with your pies. Fair. Yeah, give me the actual honest vanilla bean. If I have to have ice cream with my pie, yeah, give me that. Absolutely. Mr. Jason says, maybe so, good sir. With me being like a Spyro villain, but I'm going from a third-party perspective as the puppet master behind Ganondorf. Oh, that was a conversation from way further back. Okay. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Yes. I don't want to deal with hard head over there. Never mind. We're getting hard-headed Joe. Let's frickin' go. 1 second. I definitely cannot be having ants coming after me. Are you gonna stop spraying formic acid at me? Damn ant. At least we're not in Grey Ditch. In Grey Ditch, it would be like those effing ants. Okay. Wow, the chat has advanced incredibly. Let me go back and catch up. Bolshek says whipped cream is a dessert in the American South. Yeah, I'm indifferent to whipped cream. I don't care about it one way or the other. I'll eat it. It's not like it doesn't taste bad or anything. Just, you know, Aylin's like, bro, I miss Southern food. But aren't you not? You know what? I shouldn't ask that question because it might be slightly insensitive. Don't you get like Southern food all the time? Is that not a thing you're exposed to in that area? Bolshek's like, I am Southern food. Yeah, I'm inured by it. I would love to have something else, but Southern food's what I know. I weep when my plates don't include vegetables. Aylin's like, no, I live in Connecticut. Ah, then that makes some sense then. Yeah, so I could see why you might miss it then. Okay, yeah, my apologies. I definitely put foot in mouth when I ask that. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. I had to stay there for the 1 million hours that Surimu took to beat Bongo Bongo. Oh no. How long did it take him to figure out the lens? And did he like use an ice arrow? No, he wouldn't have known to do that. How long did it take him to figure out the strat? Did it actually take him a full-on hour? Balshik says, it's fundamental to my being. My dad's the same way. He's a meat and potatoes southern food guy. I like my vegetables. Aelin says hush puppies are effing peak. Yeah, a good hush puppy. I've had some pretty bad ones, but when you get a good one, delicious. Balshik says, yeah, they are. Oh, I don't even know what that is in context of. Oopsie. Balshik says, finally, some giant ant gameplay. I know, ants with a Z, right? Who here remembers ants with a Z, if anyone's watched that? Marioma says, does anyone have pets, guys? I don't own the pets, but I do take care of 3 dogs, yes, two miniature dachshunds and 1 black lab. I do help take care of them. I also pet sit for people, so I sometimes take care of other people's pets. Alan says, I mean, New England has clam cakes, but they just aren't the same. I could go for good clam cake. Those sound delicious. But yeah, they're definitely not a hush puppy. I'll say that. Balshak asks, am I a big barbecue fan? Not really. I don't dislike barbecue. I want to make my stance clear. It's not that I dislike barbecue. It's just, again, it's really, really common in the southern US where I live, and it's kind of all the same stuff. And even when it's different, I was often knuckle dragged to barbecue establishments, so I don't even like going a lot of the time. But barbecue at home, it's okay. It's not any better or worse than other food. Not a huge fan of ribs. I like the meat. I dislike picking meat off the bone, and I don't like eating ribs with my fingers. I guess I'm a bit too dainty for ribs. Balshik says I've only ever had cats. Fair. A lot of my audience seems to have cats. Alan says five cat. That's in response to other people. Alan says Luke and Leia are the twins' names. Then Margaret. Oh, this is naming the pets. Luke and Leia, Margaret, Duncan, Abby, and Violet. Nice. Marioma says I have a white and orange cat called Apricot. Nice. Tabby or a different breed? Just curious. Balshak says, I remember Ants. It was on ABC and TNT TNT all the time when I was a kid. Ugly film. Yeah, but people are now singing songs about it and praising it. So, I don't know what that says. Maybe Ants has hit the "it's so bad it's good" arc that movies sometimes hit. Aelin says that movie was awful. Am I thinking of Calico then instead of Tabby? Yeah, I think Aelin's right. Tabbies are orange. Marioma says, nah, he's just a street cat I took from my father's garage. Fair enough. Then you probably don't know what breed of cat it is, and that's totally fine. The important thing is that he is a lovable fur ball and that you take care of him. That's all that really matters. Balshek says, I love barbecue. Teach their own. Yeah. And then Marioma says, I love chocolate milk. Yep. I sometimes get almond milk with chocolate in it, because of the lactose intolerance and everything. Ballshack says, I always found ribs quite annoying as well, but I like them. Yeah, don't get me wrong. You know, ribs can taste really good. Just, we often don't get like the ribs with the thin bones. So I end up having, I don't end up getting much meat. It's like trying to eat crab claws. I don't like that either for the same reasons. Ballshick says, I saw a lad buying chocolate milk today and considered getting some, but milk makes me too phlegmy. Yep. Coats the throat. I totally get that. Ballshick says they're probably doing ants because the beef movie phenomenon of the late 2010s. Probably. That's probably correct. Or, you know, Bug's Life, as Aylin was pointing out. Ballshack says, well, the movie, I think, just happened to...
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Thank you for the posture check. Okay, I will make sure I'm sitting up nice and straight during that time. The movie, I think, just happens to be made at the same time as Bug's Life. Yeah, that sounds right. They came out in the same year. Yeah, I remember watching both. I liked Bug's Life more. But Ants left me with a bigger impact life lesson. Ballshick says was insane at the time because I don't know how this synchronicity occurs. It doesn't. It's just kind of a random occurrence. Ballshick says, yeah, but Bug's Life wasn't a massive meme. B-Movie was a massive meme. Yeah, I do remember B-Movie. Yeah, I didn't watch B-Movie, but I remember all the memes about it. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. In the late 2010s. Alan asks, do I like jazz? Yeah, I like Frank Sinatra. I think Frank Sinatra's all right. There are probably a couple of other bits of jazz I can think of if given the time, but yeah, I jazz is okay. There are tracks I like, and then there are tracks I don't. Same with most bits of music. Oh, you were making you like jazz? You were making a B-movie reference? Ah, I see. Then no wonder I messed that up. That should be a star caller over there. I definitely do not want to deal with them. Ballshack says, I do not even remember any of the movie. You played the Wii game. Probably saw it as Aladdin played the Wii game back in the Blockbuster day. Blockbuster days? Fair. Fair. Oh, wow. Yeah, so we really are doing it, huh? Come on, let me up there. Where's that item? I know it's up here. Yeah, there we are. There's a somber 5. And if we drop down, we will have no way back to up.
Your mother is dead.
We'll have no way back up. Thank you for the redemption on that. Gee, I feel like I should probably get the rest site first. Ballshack says, did you do Blockbuster rentals as a lad coin? I did. Yeah, I was a young kid, but I remember Blockbuster rentals. I also did Gamefly rentals as well when I was a kid. This was before... I would have been between like 8 and like 12. So this was before I got a computer, or before I had like an actual computer of my own. Ballshick says, oh, I did Gamefly as well. I'm 5 years older than me. Oh, so you're not yet 30 then? Is that what I'm hearing? Because I'm 34, so that sounds like you're just about 30. Yeah, that sounds correct then. Very well. 29 in a few months. Yeah, I'm 34 and... Oh no, I have to do subtraction. Let's see. Maybe a month and 25 days? Yeah, something like that. A month and I'm sorry, 2 months and 25 days. No, that math feels off. April, May, June. Yeah, something like it's not really a big deal or that important. Okay, and we can climb back up. Good. Ballshick says I played Geist the GameCube FPS on GameFly or via GameFly rental. Ooh, what did I play on GameFly? I'm trying to think about that. I have to do a good long think about that. That's got to be like I think yeah, Star Fox Adventures. You know what? I remember now. That is actually my occurrence with Star Fox Adventures. It is specifically through GameFly. And I remember beating it. Yeah, it was very ancient history for me. Yeah, when I turned 14, I kind of stopped renting things on GameFly and I started playing an MMO instead for what that is worth. Please wait, I need to know which Noxtella Eternal City. Okay, so I think, yeah, it's this one. All right, I know which rest site it is. Ballshack says, I think I did Star Fox Adventures and Star Fox the gun shooty one on GameFly. Yeah, Assaults. That I also did that through GameFly and beat it. I did exactly the same thing. All right, let's jump down and get this treasure chest, and then I will probably deign to wrap things up, you know, and wrap up some conversations. Come on, get up there. Video game? Okay. I do not have... That is off-center now. I have to move all that text. Great. Thank you for that. I am out of drink, but we will not be live for much longer. My goodness. I went up here before. What gives? Why is this an issue now? There, you had to find the seam. We had to do a Skyrim walk, everybody. Ballshack says in a couple more decades, people will realize Star Fox Adventures is the greatest game ever made. I hope that Dinosaur Adventures, the prototype that Star Fox Adventures was based on, gets remade, because it kind of stinks that the game is canceled and you can't really find it except through cutting room floor websites. Alan says, okay, bye bitches, bread is a sandwich. Controversy on the way out the door. Thank you so incredibly much for hanging out with me, Alan. You've been fantastic as always. Please do take care of yourself, good sir. I hope you do rest well, stay safe, and stay safe out there. I hope I get to see you again, but if not, you know, please do take care of yourself out there. World's a dangerous place. Ballshack says, favorite game, Star Fox Adventures. Favorite film, Ants. Favorite food, whipped cream. Understood. So animals. Lots of animals. My goodness, what was I saying? Right. Let's get that chest before we run out of time. You guys have been awesome today. I just want to say that. You guys have been great. Oh, it turns out we had a way back up after all. That's totally fine. Let's just get this chest then and we'll put into the rest site. Ballshack says that's not the truth. That was a joke. Understood. Understood. Top 4 animals: wolves, bears, otters, and that 4th one's always a doozy. Give me like a boa constrictor, like an anaconda. Give me those. And note that I'm being completely serious when I'm answering this question. This is in no way coded speak for something else. I want everyone that is kind of like listening and thinking, whoa, did he just say words? Get your mind out of the gutter, because that is not where I am. Yeah, I generally like furry animals, among other things. I think we've made great progress today. Marioma says, I think all animals are good and cute, but no to bugs because I hate and fear them. I mean, insects are part of the animal kingdom, but you're right. I mean, bugs are creepy, crawly things. They bite you. Some of them can bite you. Others can, you know, are toxic. But some of them we eat. Some of them we eat. Some of them we bake into like cricket cookies or like grasshopper snacks. Even over here in the West, we're kind of like fiddling around with that a little bit. And all the crunchy bits are kind of hard to deal with sometimes. Anyone with cavities would certainly not be able to handle eating bugs, but that's a whole separate thing. My goodness, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. We will be back again tomorrow. Same time as always. Of course, I like that the stream has now become 20 questions. I appreciate. We're having what I would consider to be some very normal stream conversations now. Whereas before I felt a little bit more stiff when I was talking. So thank you guys for all the questions. I really mean that. Troll Cat, or I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, I just tidied my bed for going to sleep, good sir. My talking flower was on it. Yeah, that's going on the other side of the room. Yeah, just turn it away, Mr. Jason. You don't want to have a Chucky situation, do you? You don't want a little demented plastic toy staring at you from across the bed? Yeah, that's not nightmare fuel. Turn it away from you and you'll probably be fine. Balshek says, I just enjoy having a nice chat. Understandable. Understandable, as do I. I love talking with people. It's just a little bit harder for me to do when I'm on stream because I'm having to balance like how I'm talking to people more than anything. But again, we'll be back at this tomorrow. My goal for tomorrow is probably going to be the ulcerated tree spirit because Noxtella just has a lot of different things going on. There's like a lower and an upper section. Noxtella is a really busy place. We have a lot to do before we even think about getting to the Baleful Shadow. Please do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You guys are welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do. Feel free to check underneath the video player on Twitch or underneath the video player on Kick or in the description on YouTube, and then I'll take you to all the places I would like you to go and check out. Balshek says, see you, Koino. Bless. Likewise, sir. And to you as well, Marioma. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hopefully tomorrow. And with that, farewell and goodbye.